Hello, hello. Hello. Welcome to the stream. My name is Sorcerer Supreme. This is Final Fantasy XIV. Welcome back. Today is a big day. Today, we have the ability and time to finish the Shadowbringers post-MSQ, which is big, to say the least. And because I don't think that's going to take much time, I also think we'll probably try to do the Sorrows of World. This guy over here. The Trials quest. The endgame trials for Shadowbringers. And if we even get through that, because could be possible, depending on wait times for this stuff, we can also get started with the raid series. If you guys look forward to these things, do like, subscribe, follow me here on Twitch and on Twitter, subscribe to the YouTube channel, Sorcerer Supreme VOD, so you can check out anything you missed before, or anything you miss in the future, and just follow so you can stay notified so you don't miss anything in the future. Alright, and without further ado, let's just jump right in. Here be dragons. So, Stinian was bound for Ishgard. Whatever it is that brings him home, we must hope it must keep him there for long enough for us to find him. Come, there is no time to lose. I'm a little stuffy this morning, so do forgive me if I am coughing or sniffling. It'll go away. Wait, why am I trying to teleport? I can return. I have no reason to ever teleport to Ishgard when I can simply return. Here we are. All present? Let us split up and search for Estinian. Since we're relatively new to this place, Graha and I will look around the open spaces, the squares and markets and whatnot. You and Cole can delve into the nooks and crannies. Very well. Let us reconvene at the airship landing later, with or without Estinian. Good luck. I think I shall begin at the Skysteel Manufactory, so perhaps you could try the congregation. Lucia may well have heard news of our friend's return. It's true. And if that is the case, then I will just use this to teleport, because why wouldn't I? The congregation. Oh, it's Handelo. He's wearing the same armor as Lucia. Good evening to you, Warrior of Light. Lord Amric sent word that you would be attending the meeting in Alamigo, so I gather you have not come in search of him. To what then do we owe the pleasure of your visit? I see. No, we were not aware that Sir Stinian had returned to Ishgard, but as I expect you remember, he is wont to come and go as he pleases. Mayhap he came with seeking an audience with Lord Amric, only to find him absent? In any event, I'm afraid I cannot help you. Perhaps one of your companions has fared better. Well. This be the first time Estinian has met Alize? No. No. I don't think there will be any shenanigans if that is the case. I say that because it says speak with Alize at the airship landing, but I'm pretty sure they would have met at least once. But it seems like... No, that's Graha. Graha. Remember to drink water.
No sign of him. Not that I've ever met him before, but the way Alphino goes on about him, I'm fairly sure I could pick him out in a crowd.
Yeah,
Speaking of which, it does seem awfully quiet. If the erstwhile Azure Dragoon had returned to Ishgard, would it not be a source of general excitement?
Hmm. Ah, there he is.
First the Scion's Coinkeeper, and now you. I'm beginning to think these meetings are more than mere coincidence. Not that I'm complaining. It's been too long.
He does think that's...
Too long.
You look an ilm taller and twice as rugged. It suits you, Alphino.
Ah.
Quieter, though. Have you been giving him lessons on how to be the strong, silent type?
Oh. Oh, oh, oh.
I am not Alphino! If the two of you are such firm friends, perhaps you should remember what he looks like. And what do you mean, rugged? Ugh! Had my brother mentioned what an oaf you are, I'd never have bothered looking for you in the first place.
Estinian Wormblood, the Azure Dragoon. He who fought and felled the dread worm Nidhogg at the Warrior of Light side.
He doesn't know who either of these people are. He just recognized me.
To think the day would come when I should see this living legend with my own eyes.
He's fanboying. Estonian's like, what the...
Would someone mind explaining what is going on?
Is everything all right? I thought I heard Alize shouting. Estinian! It's been too long.
There he is.
No, it's quite understandable. That was hardly the first time we've been confused for one another. Nor, I suspect, will it be the last.
Well, I, for one, will not be making that mistake again. What I will say, for the second time today, is that you've grown. Inside and out. I can tell.
One can't remain a spoiled little lordling forever, you know.
At least someone's having a good time. You know, when we were growing up, Alphino would never befriend other boys because he couldn't stand the thought of not being in charge. But maybe that's changed. He seems just as happy around Estinian as he does Arenvald.
Think you learned how to talk with people then at them. Well, you can't keep them all to yourself forever. Perhaps you see them as brothers he never had. I don't know if she'll like me saying that, but it's very true. It's definitely what he feels. So I'm gonna say it.
Huh, good luck to them. It hasn't been easy being his sister, I can tell you that.
No rest for the righteous, eh? Speaking of which, I was just on my way to borrow an airship to take me to Azisla.
Azisla? How could I forget? The dragon with whom Bahamut shared the deepest of bonds.
Tiamat. Hey.
Aye, Tiamat, his mate. Even now she remains imprisoned on Azisla, though her remorse binds her faster than any shackle.
I see. As the one who first summoned Bahamut, you believe she may be able to shine some light on his latest incarnation.
Might I suggest that we make the journey to Azisla together? I'm not sure if Tataru mentioned this, but we Scions have an airship of our own now.
I see no reason why not. Assuming your sister can bear the thought of sharing a deck with me.
Be my guest. But confuse me with Alphino again and I'll throw you overboard. I don't know who he thinks he is, but he's nothing like Alphino painted him to be.
I will admit, he is not exactly as I imagined him either. Based on what I had read of the man, I think I was expecting someone a little less blunt.
Nah, that's exactly how he is. We love Astidian here. Astidian's the GOAT. It has been quite some time since I last set foot in Azizla, but I understand the three of you were here rather more recently. I don't suppose you chanced to meet with Tiamat during your visit? Alas not. We had no cause to set foot here in the Delta Quadrant, but I have studied the relevant records, which is not to say I wouldn't appreciate a first-hand account of your dealings with her. Well then, Cole is the person to ask. As far as I know, he's the only one of us who have met Tiamat face to face. Let's just say it helped that Midgard Somer was there to introduce me. Ah, yes, you were a friend of her father. I too have met with Tiamat. After the Dragon Song War came to a close, I came here to speak with her, a worm who had fought her own war against man in another age. I wished to know if she yet harbored thoughts of vengeance, and asked as much. She said no. My hatred for your kind was extinguished long ago. But the guilt she feels for resurrecting Bahamut burns on undimmed. It torments her, even now. I see. Then your original reason for coming here was out of concern that Tiamat had been forced to summon Bahamut. Nidhogg is a part of me. I feel his emotions as my own, and I know that he would not allow his sister to be made a tool of evil. In his absence, it falls to me to watch over her. Directive. That actually brings up an interesting idea that I'm kind of just realizing. Nidhogg kind of did just straight up become a part of Estinian, whether Nidhogg wanted it or not. And it kind of makes me think of a rejoining. And with what we know from the Omega quest, is that Midgard Somer and Omega come from entirely different places. Like, they don't come from Eorzea. They moved to Eorzea. But the way it was described was that they moved across the span of worlds to get here. So I find it very likely that they are actually just straight up a world where everybody was a dragon. You know? And I think maybe they were Ishgardians, and that's why Estinian has his partner in Nidhogg. Maybe? I don't know. That's a way to think about it. I don't think that's true. Might be a reach. Tiamat awaits. This way. I remember I recently came to see Tiamat while I was just kind of here doing my anima weapon quest. And she's very much alive, which I think is the craziest part. Is like you walk up to her and she's like moving and breathing. In comparison to when I thought I first met her, she was kind of like not. But you can see her, she's definitely moving around. She's just been here for so long. My sire's mortal companion, what bringeth thee back to this forsaken place, child of man?
It's plain she knows naught of recent events. Perhaps You should enlighten her.
Let's see how she responds. Ah, that my sins should be repeated. I sensed not the faintest stirring. As to who could have called him forth, I know of none save the dragons of Mercidia, our children. The icon claimed their souls when he first manifested, and robbed of their will, they became tools for the Allagan's dark designs.
Much like those held here in Asislar. If dragons who worship Bahamut are required to summon him, that must mean...
It was one of the summoners. Yes, the dragons of Mercidia are at the mercy of this Ascian. There can be no other explanation. Accursed Ascians, vile minions of darkness. Again you would profane the memory of my beloved, and strip our children of their freedom, their dignity. Are there no depths to which you will not stoop?
Your children's pain means nothing to them. They laugh at your kind suffering. But tears will not right this wrong, nor will lamentation see the perpetrators punished.
What would thou have from me, slayer of dragons?
Behavior befitting a great worm. We came here to ask mighty Tiamat of the First Brood, consort of Bahamut, mother of the dragons of Mercidia, what she intends to do about the crimes committed against her children.
Were I free, I would answer thine insolence with fire, but words shall have to suffice. Recall, mortals, that it was I who first summoned my beloved, praying with all my being to bring him forth. You who contend with icons cannot well be ignorant of the consequence.
You too were exposed to his influence. That you are yet in possession of your own will is testament to the indomitable strength of your soul. But were you to meet with Bahamut again, you fear you might succumb.
Indeed. Ask the Dragon Slayer, and he will tell thee the power we of the First Brood wield. Were I to lose myself to the Icon's influence, all would pay the price. But it is of little matter, for even if I had the strength to resist, I yet lack the strength to break my shackles. This prison shall be my tomb.
On
Yup.
the matter of Bahamut's influence, at least, I believe we can be of some assistance. If you're afraid of being enthralled, don't be. We have a cure. And while we've never tried it on one such as you, its basic principles are universal.
Speakest thou in earnest?
There is no future for those bound to the past. That you committed a terrible sin, I do not dispute. But if you feel remorse, you may yet make amends. We offer you that chance. Take it, or you will forever remain a prisoner, not of these cruel shackles, but of your own guilt.
A chance to make amends. To lay Bahamut's memory to rest. When our star faced annihilation, Hydaelyn granted us sanctuary, and now your foes would bring about her destruction. This I cannot allow, for the debt I owe to Hydaelyn, and to all who have suffered for my sins, I shall fight with you, children of man. Let's go. Awesome. Now we just need to free her, and we need to keep her, not tempered. We need to detemper her. Detempera her chicken. While porksies have been shown to be effective in curing the tempered, Tiamat must be considered a special case. She is far, far larger and immeasurably more powerful than any subject we treated thus far. Were we to remove her restraints only to find that the process had failed, we would be hard-pressed to contain her. Then, before going on ahead, we should learn as much as we can about the exact nature of her condition. Do you suppose we can find that information here? Why, yes, we can. We can indeed. The Alligans kept detailed records on all of their notable captives, and I know exactly where to look. We shall leave that to you, then. In the meantime, the rest of us can turn our thoughts to the removal of those shackles. We're freeing her. I know Alphino and Call here well enough, but not you. Are you certain you are ready to see this through? Rest assured, Sir Estinian, that I am both ready and willing to give my all for the sake of this star, though that is not my only reason for wanting to set Tiamat free. While I do not claim to know all of her sorrows, I too once found myself in a prison of despair, and I well understand how hard it can be to dare to dream of escape. It took the encouragement of braver souls than I am to make me take the first step towards a brighter future, and now I would help Tiamat do the same. I gather you are not as young as you look. Mayhap when our work here is done, we could trade tales over a pot of Tataro's famous tea? And be indebted to her for the leaves and hot water? I think not. I see. Returning swiftly to the task at hand, then. I believe the nodes governing Tiamat's restraints are located in the sector known as the Flagship. Ah, yes, we are familiar with it. The Etherochemical Research Facility in particular. Oh, you may wish to take this. A spirit vessel containing a small amount of my blood. What? Why do you have those? Why do you still have those? Which you just happen to be carrying around with you? I suppose that could seem rather odd. To explain, Rambros, Urionje, and I are researching the use of spirit vessels and the transference not only of memories, but the traits of certain bloodlines. And so I keep one at the ready should an opportunity to test our theories arise. As for its use to you, you may recall that during our previous visit, the nodes here granted access to restricted functions, having identified me as being part of royal blood. And armed with that spirit vessel, I posit that they will do the same for you, even in the absence of, well, the rest of me. It seemed worth a try, at least. Agreed. We will take good care of it. To the flagship, then. Alright. We're gonna free Tiamat. This is cool. We'll be right back, Tiamat. Don't you worry. We zoom in on this. What does it say? Antithesis. Antithesis. Alright. Oh yeah, let's sort this. I got this too. Oh yeah, I was gonna mention yesterday. Something very weird happened. I don't really know how to explain it. I was in South Shroud because I was trying to queue up for Palace of the Dead. And in just kind of waiting around, there was this weird fate that spawned like a Odin. And it took like, I don't know how many of us were there, like 15 people just showed up. I was there first and I died like immediately to the thing. Like it killed me one shot. And it didn't even like sync my level. It was level 50, but I was 81 and it insta-killed me. So I was like, oh, that's crazy. So I waited around a little bit and then a bunch of people came and we killed it. And then I got 5 Odin's Mantle. Removed from the back of the Elder Primal Odin. This heavy mantle is fit for a god. I didn't realize he was an Elder Primal. I thought he was just a primal that they couldn't figure out what was happening. That's interesting. Let us split up and search the flagship for the node that controls Tiamat's restraints. But should you find a likely candidate, do not be tempted to make any adjustments. It would not do to accidentally release some manner of experimental monstrosity, nor less Tiamat herself in her current state. Our objective at this stage is simply to identify the relevant node or nodes. Once we have learned what we can reconvene and compare notes prior to proceeding. Node. Bloop bloop. Morning. Scheduled dragon restraint maintenance due at minus 2,020 years. Failure to verify system integrity may result in unscheduled specimen release. Oh. That's not great. Friction between metallic components detected. Temperature increasing to critical levels. Replace damaged parts or retreat to a safe distance. Bzz. Oh. It's a bomb. Grr. Data link with Delta Quadrant broken. Possible cause, intruder interference. Advise deployment of automated combat units. Proceed. No. Only one mentioned anything about dragons, but also one was in the right quadrant. I'm afraid Estinian and I have little to show for our efforts. Did you find anything? Yes, a chirruping node which spontaneously warned me about neglecting the dragon restraints. Spontaneously, you say? Well, that does sound promising. Almost suspiciously so, in fact. But then you were in possession of the spirit vessel. I dare say it is indeed the node of which Graha spoke. And it was chirruping, you say? Very well, let us take a closer look. see, that was the one that was up here. Yeah, there it is. Lip, do you wish to operate the dragon restraint mechanism? Blip bloop. You do not have the requisite access privileges. Operation of the dragon restraint mechanism may only be undertaken by the chief technologist and members of the royal family. Or those with a vessel full of royal blood, perhaps. Blip. New user detected. Commencing biometric authentication. Bloop. Authentication complete. User identified as member of the royal family. Please state your name. Call him up. Bloop. Welcome, call him up. You may operate the dragon restraint mechanism when ready. Blip bloop. Error. Unable to disengage restraints of the specimen Tiamat. A system update is required. A system update? What do you suppose it is asking of us? I could hazard a guess. Well, that's more than I can say. Confounded bloody thing. User agitation detected. Initiating guidance program. Bloop. In order to operate the restraint mechanism, I require access to the central control system. However, I am unable to establish a link to said system due to the obsolescence of my own software. This issue can be resolved by applying a system update using the corresponding terminal located within the flagship. So this thing can release the restraints or not? It can, but only once it receives the requisite system update, as far as I can tell. Until which time it'll float there spewing nonsense. User dissatisfaction detected. Initiating PlayStation protocols. Bloop. I am here to help. Rest assured that I will be on hand to guide you through every step of the system update process. How gratifying. But I dare say we will fare better with guidance than without it. Them not understanding how computers work. I need to update so I can communicate with the server. What is this nonsense? Let's kill it. For vengeance. Bloop. Guiding user to terminal. This way, please. Okay. Let me guess. This way. Look. It's... that's a Seraph, right? Seraph is the name? I forgot. Let me pull this up. That is Sophia. That's Sephiroth. And the last one over there would be Zervan. So, Sophia, Sephiroth, Zervan. Why are they stone statues on top of their containment facilities? Who knows? Where am I going? Here? Ah, here we are. Let's see. According to the terminal, the central control system is presently employing software version 56.135. Dare I ask which version you are employing? Why, software version 42.002, of course. Blip bloop. Warning, errors detected in data management system. Estimated time for requiring updates, 5 years and 1 day. That is rather longer than we were hoping for. Are there any other options? For instance, using this terminal to operate Tiamat's restraints instead? Bloop. The proposed method is indeed an option. Please be warned, however, that the procedure may have changed as a result of the system update, and my instructions may no longer be accurate. Well, I can't imagine it will have changed all that much. As long as we pay due attention to any discrepancies, I dare say we shall be able to muddle our way through. Don't bother trying to explain. Just tell me if we've made any progress. I would say so, yes. It does, however, require that I remain here to operate the terminal. I shall inform you via LinkPro once I am ready to release the shackles. It might be best if you left the spirit vessel with me. I may yet have to use it. Rest assured, I will be certain to return to Grahatia once this is over. Just a little more work, and Tiamat will be free. But before we go any further, there is something I would know. When Tiamat and her kin fought against the Allegan Empire, both sides were but dancing to the tune of the Ascians. It was the same in Ishgard, where they stoked the fires of conflict between man and dragon from the shadows. All that the Ascians touch turns to ash, and thus have you made it your mission to fight them. But there have been times when you tried to reach out to them instead, to find common ground. And so I must ask, what do you intend to do with Vendaniel? Will you try and reach out to him too? Enemy or no, I want to understand him. But did he not tell you that he was beyond reason? And if he wishes to die, I dare say we oblige him. But perhaps that's the difference between you and me. You see the good in people, even if it be but the faintest glimmer. I only hope you do not come to rue your benevolence. You think it unwise for viewing the world thus? Far from it. That has ever been your way, as I learned when we journeyed together with Iceheart. Yet the fact remains that there are some who view compassion as a weakness to be exploited, and there may yet come a time when you extend the hand of friendship, only to wish that you had dealt the killing blow. So, save your mercy for those who deserve it. Well, we should be getting back to our task. If Alphino has things in hand here, I suggest we rejoin the others. Oh, Stydian's voice is so much fun to do, but so difficult. It's kind of tough on the throat. Ah, no. Back to Tiamat? Back to Tiamat. Alright. And it's apparently that way. I see the rings. Az's Law is cool. Cool to see that it's getting more love in this post Shadowbringers time, which I think is kind of funny. Like, of all the places to go back to, I guess, makes sense. Like, nothing is out of the ordinary, but it is nice to see these areas have actual use. Alright. Estinian told me all is well, but nothing more. Honestly, it's like getting bloody stone. It's like getting blood out of a stone with him. I take it Alphino's absence is that he's needed elsewhere. Well, that sounds rather frustrating. But you got there in the end. While you were off talking to nodes, Graha and I were learning as much as we could about Tiamat's condition. all readings confirm that her ethereal balance leans strongly towards the umbral, as was the case with the kobolds. Therefore, all other things being equal, the treatment should work. The difficulty lies in the sheer quantity of aether with which we must contend. Multiple applications of the treatment will inevitably be required if we are able to reverse the effects of tempering completely. Meaning I'll need to get all the aether I can. Thank you in advance. Though this endeavor will ask much of us, we do have one reason to be optimistic. Namely, that Tiamat shows no sign of fanatical devotion, suggesting a milder case of tempering than that suffered by the kobolds. Tiamat saw Bahamut as an equal rather than a god. Might that have made a difference? Now that you mention it, it very well might. She would not have believed it necessary to defer to his will. But enough talk. It's time to put the theories to the proof. Tell Alphino to disengage the restraints, ethereal dampeners. I'm counting on you, Angelo. Angelo! Ah, such warmth. The frost that shroudeth my soul doth begin to thaw. But what are these? Visions of days long forgotten, of war with men and Allag. Wherefore do such baleful memories return to me now? Could it be that the process of restoring her soul to its pre-tempered state is awakening ancient memories? Or might the opposite be true? If so, by helping her recall to the past, we may be able to speed her recovery. Paul, she trusts you. Speak to her. Ask her to tell you of these times past. Tell me of Bahamut and the Ascians. Ah, my Bahamut, my beloved. Would that the peace we found in Mercidia could have lasted for eternity. But alas, it was not to be. The Ascians saw to that. In all creation I know of none more wicked. It was at their behest that the men of Allag first came unto Mercidia, unto our home. The tale began when Bahamut and I left our father's side. We took wing in search of a place to make our eyrie. Beyond the southern ocean, we discovered a lush and fertile land. It would come to be known as Mercidia by the children of men. Through many years were to pass before they crossed the seas. Upon our arrival, we were welcomed by the peaceful people of the forest, kin to the trees. Surrounded by nature's bounty, Bahamut and I had found a place to raise our young. Fascinating. This correlates with the writings of the Sharlayan scholar Rurusha. She posits that men first settled on the southern continent towards the end of the Second Astral Era. Or actually, it would appear. If only she were here with us to hear the tale from Tiamat herself. Again, Angelo! When first the children of man arrived to our shores, no foot did they set in those places over which we held dominion. Such was their fear of dragonkind, and as they kept their distance, so did we let them be. Yet as the days went by, ship after ship appeared upon the horizon, bearing ever more of their brethren, who divided the vast land amongst themselves. For a time they knew peace and prosperity, but as their numbers grew, the smaller their share came to seem, and soon they began to covet the territory of their fellows. Ere long, man fought man, blood was answered with blood, and none can see an end to the strife. Until one day they came to us. Recognizing our wisdom, they entreated to us to intercede in their conflicts. Bahamut agreed, and with him presiding over the affairs of man, the land knew peace once more. Alas, those golden days of harmony too were fated to end. For the men of Alag slew my beloved, and I, in my rage and sorrow, heeded the envenomous words of the Ascians. The rest thou knowest only too well. But your tale doesn't have to end there. When you are free, we'll rid the world of Ascians, together. You and your beloved will have justice. Fine sentiments, but you're almost spent. I'll keep watch from above. The treatment fails. Run. Thanks for the vote of confidence. I swear when this is over. Keep going, Alice. The magic is working. Well, I knew this wasn't going to be easy. No patient could have prepared me for treating a great worm. But we're close. I can feel it. And while I've only got a few more drops of Aether left to give, with yours and Graha's, this will work. Then I believe I speak for the both of us when I say that you may take as much as you require. Careful, I might hold you to that. All right, here I go. Angelo! Ugh.
No! I'm almost there! This is it, Angelo!
Yes, I feel it. The icon's grip groweth weak.
Did it work?
We won't know for certain until the shackles are removed.
Remove the shackles. Answer me this, children of man. Can my kindred be saved in like manner?
Many have been subjected to the Allagan's dark arts, their flesh irrevocably altered. For such tortured souls, I fear there can be no salvation.
My children. Should you hearken unto my call, we shall fly together once more. But should you not, I shall grant you peace. Better to die than live as a tool of evil. You too would wish this, I know, and I shall do as I must.
When that time comes, you won't be alone. We'll stand by you.
Thou hast my gratitude, little one.
Alphino's ready. It's time. Do it. And let's hope the treatment worked as it should.
Oof. Bahamut, my beloved. For vengeance and atonement I rise. Holy cow, she's huge.
By the gods!
Urianger, your timing could not be better.
Hey.
Understood, we're on our way.
Uh-oh.
It's Bahamut. He's been sighted over Pagalthan.
Pagalthan. Oh god.
He flies for the largest Amalta settlement in the region, at the head of a vast host, including dragons.
Did you hear all that, Alphino? You'd best rejoin your comrades. I'll make my own way. Our enemy awaits. Shall we?
I'm sorry. Did he just... Okay. I was like, is he just flying now? Because I want to do that. But no, he just jumped on Tiamat. Hey, I could jump. I'm a Dragoon right now. I can do that too. The heck? Well, I'm sure you're desperate to join Estinian and Tiamat in battle. It would be wiser to gather the full strength of the Scions first. The foe we face demands no less. It's true. It's true. Fine. The flames of war. I have already sent word to the others. We are to rendezvous in Uldor at the Hall of Flames. Let us collect Alphino and be on our way. We did it. We freed Tiamat. That's awesome. That's so cool. Ah, hit me with the Heaven's Word music. It's so good. Whoa. I didn't think it was going to teleport us here. Okay. Now, I know some of you could do with the rest, but I'm sorry to say that Telofroy have other plans. Pagalthan is already under siege. Happily, the Immortal Flames just arrived just in time to join the defense effort, with Marshal Tarpin at their head. Well now, given the failure of the peace negotiations, I was uncertain how the Sultanate would respond. It is good to hear that Ul'dah has not abandoned the Amalja. Abandoned them? Did we not profess to be their friends? Yay. Is Papashan a paladin now? Oh! Your Grace! Marshal Tarpin has made provisions for such an exigency, and was ready to depart at the moment's notice. All that was required was the agreement of the syndicate, each of whom voted in favor of intervention. Nor is Ul'dah alone in its resolve. The other Alliance nations have likewise dispatched their troops to Pagothan. Yet even with our combined strength, we shall be sorely tested, for we face not only the might of an Imperial Legion, but Luna Bahamut and his draconic horde besides. Hear much, children. Fight as we may, victory is by no means assured, but not all of the omens are grim. Our forces report that despite their proximity to Luna Bahamut, none of the Amalja show any signs of tempering. Strange. What Primal would turn down a chance to claim new thralls? Unless it is incapable of doing so. Primals are not wont to serve a master, Ascian or otherwise. It may well be that Luna Bahamut differs in some fundamental manner from those we have previously encountered. If that were true, anyone could fight him, and Cole and the others like him shouldn't have to shoulder that burden alone. Be that as it may, Luna Bahamut remains an incalculable powerful foe, to whom our soldiers would struggle the best through mere force of arms. With the aid of the Scions, however, I believe they will fare rather better, assuming, that is, you are ready to take the field. An airship awaits you to bear you to the front. Please set forth as soon as you are able. I, meanwhile, shall continue to coordinate our forces. Till next we meet, may the 12 bless and keep you. It looks like Papashan became a paladin, and I'm so happy about that. That's so cool. It was kind of her to speak with us personally. You may be certain she has no shortage of other responsibilities. Well, I, for one, am inclined to do as her Grace requests. Lest we forget, are involved in Fordola and Pagathon on reconnaissance. The sooner we save the day, the better their chances. Indeed. To the airship, then. Airship A. Airship A. Well, I need to... Specifically the airship landing. Yeah, it is interesting. I can get there through this, right? I believe I can. Airship landing. Yeah, there we go. Alright. What is that for? Oh, that's for the gold saucer. Greetings! We've been expecting you. But say the word and we shall depart for Pagothan at once. Pagothan, now accessible. Oh boy. Final dungeon of Shadowbringers. Shadowbringers had quite a lot of dungeons, actually. And a lot of level 80 ones. Not bad. The two that I haven't done are Twinning and Academia Ander. Grand Cosmos, Amnesia, Amnesis, Ander, The Hero's Gauntlet, Matoya's Relic. Those are all required. Interesting. Alright, let's see how long that's going to take. 10 minutes. Not bad, not bad. The entire crew here. Alright. Let's talk about plans. So, this is pretty much the end of Shadowbringers 5.5. There's going to be one more quest after this, and then a couple 5.55 missions, which I will do immediately. And because there's nothing combat until the actual just straight up end of Shadowbringers, I will be transitioning to doing the trial quest, the Sorrows of World, which are in the Alan Quarter is where we start them. That one has one trial, a character duty, a trial, and then another trial. Unlocking the extremes of those will unlock all of the trials of Shadowbringers. Then we can go back to Crystarium and start the raid storyline, which is called Eden, is the raid. Interesting. Eden. And honestly, I don't think... I might record the Eden stuff. And I say record is because I want to unlock it all, and I want to experience the story. I did it like the story, so I want to pay attention to it. But, that being said, I think I want to focus on doing Endwalker pretty soon. I want to jump into Endwalker sooner rather than later. And that's mostly because I want to get further along in the story. I'd like to reach the point where I can stream and not be bound by the story, so that way I can stream and do things that are side content. Like, I want to do the entirety of Hildebrand, and that's a good couple streams. I want to go and do all of the extreme trials and extreme anything, really. Some savage raids and stuff. I want to do those on my own while streaming, right? So because of that, I'd like to get through the story, so that way I can unlock all the side content I would need to do. Hildebrand is going to take forever anyways, because that's just a lot of quests. I already technically went in and unlocked the Bosjan, or the Relic Weapon quest, the Resistance Relic Weapon. I'm currently on the quest, the Bosja Incident, which is a solo duty quest that I just haven't done. That's as far as I've gotten there, and I want to unlock it. I want to go back and do Palace of the Dead, preferably in a group, so that way I can get to floor 50 at minimum. So that way I could go and unlock Heaven on High, so that I can get that one leveled up. And the reason I want to do those is because those are going to be necessary for leveling up my DPS jobs. They just are. It's the best way to go from 70 to 80? No, 60 to 70. The best way to go from 60 to 70 is through Heaven on High. Best way to go from 50 to 60 is just daily roulettes, so anything that's in the 50s range currently is just going to struggle. But technically anything that's in the 30s, like my Bard, Machinist, Summoner, those are going to be better to level through Palace of the Dead, which I currently haven't reached floor 50. And I can't even do Heaven on High unless I get that far in Palace of the Dead. So I really want to do those, so that way I have an actual way of leveling up some of these classes that are stuck at 50 or 60. And then after 60, you have 70. 70 is where you can start doing, or where it's recommended to start doing, what is it? 70 to 90, you can do Zagnor and the Bosjan Southern Front, which those are in and of themselves a part of the Relic Weapon Resistance quest, which I found rather odd, but I mean, that's the way it is. Zadnor is the later stage of the relic weapon quest. It's the last map area, but the Bajin Southern Front is the first one. So I'd like to unlock those so that way I have access to it, and I could level up any job that's level 70. So, for example, Samurai. Samurai's already in the 60s, so I should be doing Heaven on High, technically, with it. Afterwards, the best thing I could do is put it in the Bajin Southern Front. Which is something I'd want to do anyways, because honestly, the Samurai weapon is one of the ones that I was looking at doing for the Resistance weapon. The other one being Red Mage, which is currently at 56. So I just need to keep doing duty roulettes with it. Paladin being so close to 80 makes me almost want to level it up in 80 and use an Endwalker, especially since I know it was the canon Warrior of Light job for Endwalker, because it got its rework, it's on the cover art, it's kind of what it was. But by the same token, I don't want to leave behind Dragoon. I realize I like Dragoon. Dragoon is what I'm probably going to do most all hard content on until I get used to other jobs. So, because of that, I'm sticking with Dragoon. I also just kind of want to get caught up on most of the story, because a lot of the stuff my free company does is raid in the later hour of the day, which is something that I could do. I could, no matter what job I end up taking, right? Or what job I end up working, I'll always have the later hours of the day available, which means I'll be able to stream later, and I'll be able to do raids at later times. So, that being the case, I'd like to get to the end of Dawn Trail and get caught up with the story, and caught up with raid gear, so that way I can actually have a reason and something to do other than all the side content on stream. That would be entertaining. Plus, the people in my free company are definitely fun. I need to get to learn and know them more, because I don't really talk to them all that much, but they're all a pretty fun lot. They're pretty nice. So, that being said, I might as well tell you guys what I want for a secondary job. While I do like Reaper, I don't think it would be my preferred secondary job. I think my preferred secondary job is actually just going to be Paladin. I want to learn how to tank, and I want to learn how to tank at a higher level, because honestly, my favorite part of tanking is not tanking, if that makes sense. Like, what do I mean? I like the tanks. The tanks are fun. All of the tanks have a fun rotation, which is why I'm between Gunbreaker and Paladin, and I'll probably level up both of them. Because to me, the tanks kind of all play... They play the same, and the only thing that changes is their flair of how they do damage. To me. Obviously, I know the intricacies of how they tank are very different. Paladin being apparently quite different, Dark Knight being just kind of not great right now, Warrior being brain dead broken, and Gunbreaker being its only thing defensively, it's normal, but offensively it's not, which is why I think I like it the most, because as a melee DPS, it doesn't scare me in terms of tight rotations. The worst thing about Dragoon, to me, that always feels the worst, is how your burst rotation, your rotation for your buttons, is constantly shifting. It never happens at the same time it happens the first time in your opener. Like, in your opener, you're going to do True Thrust, Disembowel, Lance Charge, Chaos Thrust, Battle Litany, Gaius Kogel, and you go on from there. And the next time these come up off of cooldown, and you need to press them, it's going to be happening, like, in the middle of this combo. And it's just a mess. It feels like a mess. Gunbreaker is not like that. Because everybody's complaint with Gunbreaker is like, oh, you just need to make sure you're entering your burst phase with the right cartridges. But to me, that's like, okay, it's a 1-2-3 combo. I do 1-2-3, get one cartridge. 1-2-3, get the other cartridge. And then 1-2, spend the cartridge 3, get it back. That way, I will always get my maximum cartridge for my rotation, and my rotation will never drift because of it. And that's true. It never drifted. When I was wailing on a punching bag with what I had, nothing ever drifted. And there's not that much, like, stuff you're fitting into everything. Like, the only OGCDs that you are spamming are Danger Zone and Bowshock. Continuation only during the Gnashing Fang and after a burst strike later. No Mercy is your burst window. Bloodfest becomes a part of your burst window every 2. Like, there's nothing... These are aligned with our weapon skill, so it doesn't even matter that our weapon skill... Like, so long as we're just pressing our weapon skill buttons on time, this will never shift. And you're a tank, so you're expected to always be on the boss anyways. I don't understand how it's too difficult. Personally, I don't see it being difficult. I like Paladin because of how simple its rotation is and how rewarding it feels, because you kind of just do these 2 buttons, you do a bunch of Holy Spirits or eventually Confiteors. You have a priority system with everything and you kind of play with that. And that to me is the hardest. I think personally Paladin is actually kind of harder because you have to work with this weird priority system where, at least at this level, Holy Spirit is stronger than Atonement, even though Atonement's the thing I just got. So I get... And Holy Spirit is stronger when under the effect of Divine Might, and when under the effect of Requiescat. So, for your burst window, you're just doing a bunch of Holy Spirits, and you'll have Atonement stacks, but it's almost worth to not use the Atonement stack and do another Royal Authority to get a Divine Might Holy Spirit instead. Because even though this does less damage than this... Actually, no, it does the same damage. And you'd only be able to get 2 of them off. See, this is the funny thing, right? Assuming you're on Riot Blade when you start your thing, and you have a Divine Might stack and all 4 Requiescat. You do 5 Holy Spirits, and then you have a choice, because your buff is about to run out in 2 GCDs, right? You have the choice of doing Atonement, which is a 360 potency, or a Royal Authority, which is a 360 potency. Now, you look at here, what is the second step of the Atonement combo? Supplication. Its combo potency is 380. The potency of a Divine Might Holy Spirit is 400, which means you get more potency for foregoing your Atonement stack, doing a Royal Authority, and then a Divine Might Holy Spirit. That is your better damage. I just think that's funny. Especially because then you're going to go and do your 1-2, and then your Atonement combo. 3, 1-2, Divine Might Potency, Atonement combo. Because the Atonement combo does more damage when you're able to do all 3 hits. And you're not always able to do all 3 hits after doing 5 Holy Spirits. So I just think it has a fun, actually, like, interactive, you have to actually think kind of moment. Which is fun. I like that. It's not brain dead. Not that I think really any of the tanks are brain dead. Even Warrior is not actually very brain dead. It requires... And that's something that I think I want to learn, and the reason why I want a tank to be my secondary for raiding. It's because you approach fights a completely different way. You start looking at it as, well, when do I optimize my defensive cooldown usage? Versus, like, when you run a tank in a dungeon, it's all pretty the samey defensively. Like, you don't really ever have to... Like, you can optimize, right? When you're doing a dungeon like Stone Vigil, where you have so limited options, you optimize your defensives for those big pools, especially in the Stone Vigil, because you could pull a lot, but depending on your healer, depending on your team, and depending on what defensive cooldowns you have up, you could be able to do some really hard pools, or you can't do some really hard pools, and you need to make that call pretty much on the fly, which is cool. But for the most part, that's a whole just optimization standpoint, because Stone Vigil is arguably harder than most later dungeons purely because of how much you can pull. Versus later dungeons, you're going to hit a wall, and the amount of enemies you can pull before you get to that wall is a lot, but you don't really need to think about your defensives as much. And so you're just kind of rotating your defensives and not really doing anything else. So in dungeons, I find tanks really boring, personally. And much more stressful. Because to me, I like seeing things for the first time on a DPS. People who didn't do that for the first time will say, well, you're expected to do good damage, right? And that's like, what am I trying to say? What I'm trying to say is, people who play through the games on different jobs have different opinions on how the other jobs are hard, right? To me, a tank is hard because for boss fights, you're expected to kind of know how they go. You don't want to be the tank standing in a AoE that's going to give you a vulnerability stack, because you are probably the only person that's ever going to get hit by something consistently throughout the entire fight, whether you want to or not, because auto attacks exist. So a tank getting a vulnerability stack actively makes the healer's job harder, which means they actively can't heal you as much. Versus a DPS is like, oh, if they mess up their rotation, and this is what a tank or a healer would say about a DPS, is like, you mess up your rotation and all of a sudden you're not doing good damage anymore. And both of these are true, but the problem with using these as excuses as to why any job is harder than another, especially when comparing across job types, is for most content it doesn't matter. Like, I find it difficult as a DPS playing a tank purely because, to me, it feels like it matters more. And a tank will say the same thing about a melee DPS. It feels like it matters more to do more damage. And it feels like it matters a lot when they don't do the damage. And to me, it feels like it matters a lot when they don't tank effectively. But in reality, it's just what you're used to. And it's how you view the importance of the game and like the importance of each role. Like, I find healing super difficult, but some healers find healing brain dead. And it's entirely what they're used to, and also it's not really as difficult as one would seem, especially in most normal content. So that's my rant. This is taking longer than expected. I don't want to go in with a bunch of NPCs because I've already waited this long. And if I decided to wait any longer... Well, if I withdrew right now and decided to do it, it's probably going to take the same amount of time I've been waiting, right? But I don't really want to when I know that it can go just as fast with people. And it'll go faster with people, and I'll know how to run it with people. Because that's the thing with these 50, 60, 70, 80 dungeons, is that you can do them, and they're in a specific pool in Duty Roulette, high-level dungeons, right? And you can get this. You can get this dungeon in that set. And that's, as I was saying just now, kind of difficult, because I don't really know these dungeons. And I'll say, from my experience, the hardest dungeons are Realm Reborn dungeons. Bar none. Like, there are some harder dungeons in, like, Shadowbringers. I'd say that Holminster's Switch is probably a very difficult one. Purely because you can pull a lot in that dungeon. Sweet. You can pull a lot in that dungeon. And I mean, based off of my experience with the NPCs who are doing single target damage, it takes a while. Those things have a lot of health. So, even in a group, it would be probably pretty difficult, which isn't good. Alright. Here we are. Hey, Tiamat. Ascian vermin, you shall torment my children no longer. Let's go. We got a Dark Knight as our tank. Let's go. Ooh, this is cool. Ooh. Wow, this is a big pool. Wow, this is chaotic. Awesome. Oh, the kobold is... Oh, that's cool. Let's go. First boss. Oh. Not sure I understood that one. Fetch a lamppost to get rid of the electricity. Let's go. Cool. Whoa. This is a cool dungeon. Whoa,
What
Tiamat.
took you so long? The Amalja are in trouble. Let's split up.
Let's go. Is that Emmerich? Oh, it is Emmerich. Awesome. And Lucia.
Oh, no, you don't.
Awesome. 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 Ooh, next boss. Oh, this looks weird. Nice. And more join the fray. Lovely. Oh, I see. You have to do that a couple times then. I didn't even notice that. Let's go. That's a funny boss fight. Ooh. I'll take that. I want to see what it looks like. It's not better than what we're wearing, but it's cool. Oh. Awesome. Oh, this is so cool. I didn't know there were plains like this. There's like grass. It's not even like desert. That's interesting. That's so cool. Oh, and she's here with us. Let's go home. I messed up that AoE rotation so bad. There we go, now I can see. Ugh. Tiamat, you're great. You're a great help, but you're massive and take up too much space on my screen. Oh, Lunar Bahamut. We just get to fight it right now? Okay, cool. Nastrons. Oh, what am I saying? Stardiver. Jeez. Come on now. Oh, you did the Bahamut move. That's cool. Let's go. What are those? Ah, come on. So cool. Ah, I was in it. Dang it. Ouch. Okay, that's cool to know. What the heck? Oh, I see. Holy cow. I needed to go over where the tank was. Giga Flare. Holy cow. I am watching that limit break. Come on. Yeah. Cool fight. Very cool fight. Very cool. Very cool dungeon, actually. I really liked it. Not even that, like, crazy. Just really big pools that seem pretty doable. Children of man, the shade of my beloved is no more, and I shall ever be in your debt. By your deeds are we set free, and free we shall remain, as long as I draw breath. Never again shall the dragons of Mercidia hearken to the lies of the Asians. This I vow.
Noble warriors, the dragons chose their friends well.
Oh, it's an Amalja. Ah.
Long have our peoples waged war, but no more. Your fallen lie beside our own. By our words and deeds shall we honor their sacrifice.
We would be proud to call you our allies.
The enemy of our enemy is our friend. And you have proven yourselves worthy of our trust. It is the Guardians who are deserving of our fury. I shall see that my brethren learn the truth of this day, and rally as many as possible to the cause, till we meet again.
And thus did we make allies of the Amalja.
It would certainly seem that way. The Sultana will be pleased. Let's go and give her the good news, shall we?
But what about the tower? We're not gonna explore that thing? Sometime earlier, inside the Pagelthon Tower. Uh-oh. Oh my gosh. Ooh. Ew, the floor they're walking on is flesh.
What in Relga's name happened here?
The gods only know. But you can bet these poor sods aren't here by choice.
Quickly! We've got to get them free!
Get back!
No! What have I done?
It's too late for them. We're leaving, now!
Oh. What is that? Huh? Oh no.
No! No! Don't you dare! We came together and we're leaving together!
It summoned Ifrit. It was like a forceful summoning. Oh gosh. I don't know how that works, but please forgive me taking a small break. I will be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Sorry for that brief delay. I had to use the bathroom and a couple other things. Let us continue. While it would have been too much to hope that we'd seen the last of Fandaniel, we have yet dealt his schemes a telling blow this day, and that alone is cause to celebrate. And celebrate I will, when we have received word of Arnvald's safe return. Oh boy. I sure hope he does have a safe return. You may now enter Pagelthon with a party of NPC avatars via the trust. Yeah. Figures. When the dust settles. Alright. Standing around here worrying is not going to help matters. Come, we must discuss the day's events with Pippin and her grace. Brave Scions! Brave Scions! Would that I could treat you to a hero's welcome, but I bear urgent news from the Fronistry. Your Grace. Your Grace, whatever is the matter? As our troops withdrew from Pagelthon, they came upon the 2 scouts sent to the nearby tower. I have yet to hear the full account, but it seems that one of them, your friend, I believe, has been wounded and was being dragged away by the other. Oh no. I must go. Forgive me, Your Grace. Can you tell us aught of Arnvald's condition, Your Grace? The wounded scout. Not save that it is grave. The Chirurgeons tend to him even as we speak. The infirmary must be inundated with the wounded. If all of us go, we'll only get underfoot. Call, Estinian, would you mind going after Alfno? He may need some support from someone other than me. Very well. Thank you. The rest of us will see that relevant people know what took place in Pagelthon. Come on, then. Where are they? Alchemist. Alchemist Guild. Okay. Oh boy. Another one come to see the lad in silver armor. Master Demiloit is attending to him as we speak. If you would be so kind as to wait. What did Master Demiloit say? Tell me his exact words. Let the Chirurgeons do their work. But you're right. Forgive me. Oh, when we said our farewells to Arnvald, I was afraid that something like this might happen, but now that it has, all we can do is wait.
Fordola, have you been waiting here all this time?
Hmm.
We have done what we can. The rest is up to him.
May we see him?
I do not think that wise. You must let him sleep.
Ugh.
Thank you for bringing him back. He owes you his life. I just wish I had been there. Perhaps, I don't know. Perhaps I could have...
Could have what? Got tempered? Don't flatter yourself. You can't save everyone. No one can. Not even the warrior of bloody light. People die all the time, for no good reason. And those who take up the sword die quicker than most. If you're going to shed a tear every time a soldier falls on the battlefield, you'd best stay away. It's no place for the weak of heart.
It may be that victory cannot be won without cost. But all life is precious, and I refuse to shrug at its loss.
All life is precious! Oh, you need to grow up, little man. Before your sparkling ideals get everyone killed.
Maybe if you actually believed that, you would have looked him in the face.
You're right. He is idealistic. But the world has more than its fair share of realists, like you and me. It's people like him who dare to dream that things could be better and make it happen against all the odds. They are the ones whose names live on forever. The heroes.
The battlefield's littered with would-be heroes. At this rate, you'll lot'll be next. And what'll become of your precious dreams then? They'll be gone. Like dust on the wind.
Dreams worth fighting for don't die so easily.
I know. I know. There is nothing more I can do here. Come, let us rejoin the others. Ahem. Her Grace invites the Scions of the Seventh Dawn to join her in the Fragrant Chamber. Your comrades have already arrived. Will the three of you be joining them? We will.
Your Grace, pray forgive us our lateness.
Take note of that. I understand a close comrade of yours was wounded in the line of duty. Arenvold. It was at the Alliance's behest that he risked all, and we are grieved to hear of his condition. Rest assured, he will receive the finest care our chirurgeons can provide. On that you have my word. Now, we would share with you the findings of the mission. Pippin, pray relate to our guests the details of Fordola's account.
Grand Marshal Tarpon.
First Bahamut, now Ifrit. Or Lunar Ifrit, as Fan Daniel would doubtless have it.
'Tis now all but certain that the towers were conceived to facilitate the summoning of primals by those imprisoned within. Less certain is the means by which the Telophoroi constrain the wills of said entities to enact their designs in defiance of the pleas of their victims.
Mayhap they do not. If mere proximity to the towers is enough to make loyal servants of the Empire's mortal enemies, it stands to reason that the same is true for those held captive. They invoke their gods for the good of Garlemald, and in their disturbed state of mind, summon a primal whose form reflects their own alteration.
It all begins to make sense. Upon closer inspection, I realized that the towers bear a striking resemblance to a much larger structure which Urianger and I observed from afar during our visit to the Imperial capital. Assuming it too is capable of tempering those in its immediate vicinity, it would go some way to explain the swiftness with which the Telophoroi managed to rally so many Imperials to their cause.
Let's see.
While the situation in Garlemald is indeed troubling, I fear we have more immediate concerns. Ifrit was not the only primal summoned. At approximately the same time, observers at several other towers bore witness to the emergence of further such entities. For a blessing, none appear to wield aught approaching the destructive power of Bahamut, and the Grand Companies are moving to deal with the threat even as we speak.
The Grand Companies, your grace, is that wise?
Though we are aware that the task will not be easy, we would call upon the Scions only as a last resort. Pray, conserve your strength for now. After all, it was not so very long ago that you rid us of Bahamut. On which note, I am pleased to report that our talks with the Amalja have reached an agreeable conclusion. They have pledged their full support to our cause.
Okay, good.
It is our hope that this historic agreement will encourage other tribes to join us at the negotiating table. And I know that I speak for all of the Allied leaders when I say that we will welcome them with open arms at such time as they do. Of course, this was only made possible by the feats of heroism performed at Paglfan. Moreover, we shall not allow the sacrifices of those fallen in battle to have been made in vain. As hope leads to victory, shall victory lead to a new dawn for Eorzea.
May these words ever be our guide, your grace.
Now, if you will forgive me, I must consult with the Syndicate on the matter of our new allies' integration. Till next we meet, my friends, I bid you safe travels and blessed respite.
Okay. Okay. when this quest is finished and we're done, I'm going to take a break so I can eat lunch. Hopefully it'll be in a little bit. Right then. Unless anyone has any objections, I think it's about time we return to the Rising Stones. And that includes you, Alphino. Our Envold is in good hands here. Of course. He would doubtless mock me for pacing about the infirmary. Let us retire then, that we might regain our strength and readiness for the coming challenges. If all are in agreement, then, I shall let Cryo know to expect us. A hot bath and a hearty meal shouldn't be beyond arranging with the time available. It will be good to be home. I have some thinking to do. Yes, I'll try asking him. And thank you. I shall look forward to it. Our comrades eagerly await our return, and Kryl, in particular, has a few matters she is keen to discuss. One of which concerns you, Istinian. Believe it or not. You will join us, won't you? Fine. Really? I thought you were avoiding that Baldessian woman. If I refused, she'd only pursue me. Let's get this over with, shall we? That Baldessian woman. Pray return to the Rising Stones. Alright. Here we are, Mordona. Enter the Rising Stones. Cutscene.
Welcome back. I expect you must all be exhausted. Ere you take your rest, however, I would beg a moment of your time. Thanks to Arenvold's selfless efforts, we may now be confident that we understand the function of the towers. But many questions remain regarding the reason for the summonings, and what lurks behind the looming edifice in Garlemald. Until such questions are answered, we will struggle to devise an effective strategy for thwarting the Telophoroi's stated aim. Nothing less than the destruction of this star. And so, given the gravity of the situation, I move that we petition the aid of Sharlayan.
Oh.
"'Tis possible the ancient knowledge preserved within our archives may hide a clue to our enemy's methods. But given Sharlayan's established policy of non-intervention, our former colleagues are not like to aid us in its discovery."
Oh, I well remember what they're like. The Forum's barefaced refusal to assist you in the days prior to the calamity must rank as Sharlayan's most shameful act since the Exodus. But were the final days to be reenacted, it would spell doom for us all. Surely even they cannot turn a blind eye to that. I trust we are all of the same mind on this matter. Urgent as it seemed, I took the liberty of petitioning the Alliance for leave to act as Eorzea's emissary,
and have since received their blessing.
I presume your role as a student of Baldessian will carry some weight with the Forum?
One can but hope. If truth be told, our organization has been a shadow of its former self ever since the disappearance of the Isle of Val. But the name does still retain some degree of prestige. I only pray it will be enough. If there are no objections, I shall depart for Sharlayan at once. But before I do, I should also mention the other matter to which I would devote some time during my stay.
Oh?
After hearing what transpired in the first, I began to question the true nature of Hydaelyn's blessing. A topic I have discussed at some length with Y'shtola.
We were wondering, when was the last time Hydaelyn spoke to you directly?
Directly? Like directly? I wouldn't say in the Crystarium. That was very open-ended. I'd say the end of the Dragonsong War.
When you regained her blessing, was it not? But never since. Not in all your time in the First, when you faced the Unsundered, the very heart of Zodiark.
Yeah.
History shows us that Hydaelyn is able to awaken the echo in her chosen, convey her will directly, and grant the blessing of light. To our knowledge, however, she has not sought to intervene in man's affairs for some considerable time.
Might not the explanation for that lie with her choice of champion? Mayhap she is content to trust in his judgment.
Mayhap she is. But following my initial discussion with Kryl, I made inquiries of my own. And as far as I am able to tell, Hydaelyn has not made her will known to anyone.
During my time in the First, the Oracle of Light spoke to me through Reen. But that was not the will of Hydaelyn. It was Minfilia herself.
Indeed. And while she and Hydaelyn were inextricably linked, Minfilia yet acted of her own volition. A messenger, yes, but one who spoke with her own voice.
I wonder, could Hydaelyn's silence suggest the presence of some disruptive force, perhaps? Some obstacle to communication? While I share Urianger's high opinion of your conduct, I see no reason why she would deny you her guidance altogether. Then again, who am I to say? The fact is, we simply don't know. But if the explanation is to be found anywhere, I can think of worse places to look than the archives of Sharlayan, and their research on the Ethereal Sea in particular. Resolved though I am to go, believe me when I say that I take no pleasure in the thought of leaving you a member short. Now of all times. Estinian, we stand on the eve of a struggle that will decide the fate of this star. One in which we Scions may play a telling part, yet we are but few in number. And so I must ask you again, will you join us?
You see the world the way you want it to be. I see the world the way it is. You are idealistic to a fault. But I know you would never turn your back on those in need. Never close your eyes to their suffering. And somehow, your deeds lend truth to your words, giving the lie to my doubts in so doing. I have seen others draw strength from your belief. In Ishgard, in Alamigo. You inspired them to stand up and fight. To win, no less. And even when you lost those you held dear, you carried their spirit with you and made their memory your guiding light. The burden of so many hopes and dreams would be too heavy for most to bear. But you bear it willingly, as you have shown me. Some dreams are too important to let go.
That
If
is
you
to
have need of my
say,
strength, it's yours. After all you've done, how could I refuse?
Thank you, Estinian. Whatever challenges await us, I shall not falter. You have my word.
that is to say,
And now, I may bid you farewell.
let's go.
Safe in the knowledge that all is as it should be. In this little corner of the world, at least.
You will be sorely missed. Tread warily in Sharlayan, and do try not to let the Forum embroil you in their politics. A forlorn hope, I know, given the individuals involved.
I shall do my very best. Farewell.
It feels like we just saw her walk in at the end of Heaven's Word. And now she's walking away. Who knows when we'll see her again. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace. Oh boy. Ooh. Look at all those weapons. He's picking a new one? Oh, they all look so crazy. Ooh, I know that one. That's the Dark Knight one from Alamigo. The one that's just
Well, does this one meet with your approval?
It's just a giant katana, is all it is. It's a massive katana. That's the Dark Knight weapon.
Apparently not. Or could it be that you're still upset about the dragons?
You are unwise to remind me of so costly a failure. It will not affect our plans, I trust.
Oh, hardly at all. Though, admittedly, the chances of us being able to procure any more Mericidian dragons are rather slimmer following Tiamat's reappearance. Oh, but the seeds have been sown, my lord. We have only to wait for them to quicken. Speaking of preparations, is it safe to assume that you will be ready to control you-know-what?
Huh?
The hour draws nigh. This nation, forged for Ascian ends, will finally prove its worth.
Excuse me?
A mighty empire, now no more than an instrument of this star's destruction. What a pleasure it will be to put it to use. Which brings me back to our earlier topic. My lord, while I appreciate that it is not an easy decision, it really is past time you chose your weapon.
There is one that I have been meaning to test.
Well, well, not quite what I was expecting. Though I will say, it does seem rather apt.
What was it? No, I want to know. Dang it. What was the heck? Well, it looks like I'm going to have a busy few moons. Not that they ever seem to be anything but. Thancred's got me dispatching troops to every corner of the realm, which is not to say I don't trust the Alliance, because I do. But when it comes to putting down primals, nobody does it better than us. Well, then you lot more accurately. You won't catch me trading blows with a primal in the near future. But for every felled fiend you vanquish, there's countless meals to arrange, baths to fill, sheets to wash, stores to replenish, and the list goes on. Which is where I come in. And gladly, mind you. It's the least I can do to support the scions who risk life and limb, like poor Arnvold. I wish there was something we could do for him, but we'll just have to settle for saying the odd prayer and keeping a roof over our heads. It wouldn't do to have him come back to a complete shambles. Would it? Would it? Ooh. But that's enough of my rambling. Off you go and get some rest. If there are any developments, I promise you'll be the first to know. Or not. Alright. For now, I'm going to take a break so I can eat lunch. I'll be back in a bit. Hello, hello. I'm back. Welcome back. I had my lunch. I've gotten more water. Do remember to stay hydrated. And we're gonna hop right back into it. And now we are starting, and we're gonna finish Shadowbringers 5.55 MSQ. Without further ado, let's go. Ah, Cole, you're looking well. I take it you managed to squeeze in some rest. I came hoping for tidings from Cryo. I'm afraid we're still waiting, but we do have some old scraps of news to share. Scraps, she says. Lunar primals have been popping up all over the place, but the Alliance has the situation well in hand, thanks in no small part to Hurry Boulder and the others. Meanwhile, talks with the Beast Tribes are going even better than expected. Encouraged by Odal's progress with the Amalja, Gridania has opened up negotiations with the Ixal, believe it or not. All of which is obviously very encouraging, but with the Telefroy still out there, it's not as if we can afford to lower our guard. Indeed. What are we gonna do? Begging your pardon, but I come bearing an invitation from the Alliance. A council meeting is due to be held in Alamigo, and your attendance is humbly requested. Ah, we were just talking about the Alliance. May I ask what's on the agenda? I believe the intention is to share news of recent developments, and discuss what measures might be taken to combat the Telefroy, in concert with our new allies. The Beast Tribes have also been invited. It is hoped that they will join us in the fight against our common foe. So the Alliance would bring all of the Beast Tribes into the fold at a single stroke. An ambitious plan given the delicacy of the negotiations, but mayhap an expedient one considering the threat we face. Indeed, my lady. And for their part, I am told the Beast Tribes have agreed to attend. The Scions too are present, all of Eorzea will be represented. Wow. That's a big meeting. To arrange such a meeting must have been quite an undertaking, not only diplomatically, but practically. Pray inform the Alliance that we would be honored to participate. We shall make for Alamigo without delay. And I will bear your answer thither with all haste. We look forward to receiving you at the Royal Palace. Cool. Big group. Well, now that we have accepted the invitation, who exactly is going to attend? I move that you and your Stola lead our contingent. Given how long you have worked to end summoning, it is only right that you be present for what promises to be a historic moment. I think we've all played our parts in that little endeavor, don't you, Gol? All present may rightly claim a seat. I do quite agree. But by your leave, I believe I shall remain here and lend what assistance I can to the coordination of our defensive efforts. I'm not coming either. Amric will be there, and I'd rather not be interrogated. Very well, then. All those with a mind to hold the fort, get on with holding it. I suggest the rest of us make for Alamigo. Shall we? He doesn't want to see Amric. He's funny. It's cool to see Estinian as an actual scion. That's so awesome. We get to see more Estinian in the future. Let's go! And now we get to go to the Royal Palace of Alamigo, where we're going to see literally everyone. Oof, got some lag. That looks good. We've been expecting you. While some few guests have yet to arrive, the Alliance leaders are all present. Shall I show you in? Oh, Hien! Hien is here. Oh, hey, it's the Sylphs. Look at this. Wow. What a large group. There's so many.
Esteemed guests, you honor us with your presence. As there is much to discuss, let us begin.
Let us.
Information on our taken brethren you have, yes? Hear it we would! Beyond forgiveness these featherless ones are! With rivers of blood shall they pay. Freed our people must be!
We too would see your kin liberated. But ere we attempt their rescue, we must first find a means to negate the risk of tempering. Without that, we will be unable even to approach the towers, let alone contend with their defenders.
If all else fails, I've always found cannonballs quite effective.
And what of the prisoners? Would you see them slaughtered?
Think for a moment. Ponder, consider, think. If Merlwyb truly intended to bombard the towers, she would have done so by now. Remember, we came here to find a solution together, did we not?
Y'shtola spoke of defenders. I but offered a means to clear a path, should you require it.
Given the enemy's capabilities, we will all need to play our part if we are to have any chance of success. For if any here should give less than their best, it will be to the cost of every living being on this star.
A paragon, the Empire, our very gods. How can we hope to prevail against such odds?
That our foe is formidable, none would deny. But our strengths are many and varied. In this chamber, I see masters of strategy, masters of magic, masters of the land, the air, and the sea. And together, there is nothing in creation we cannot overcome.
Oh. Everyone's all wide-eyed. I beg your pardon.
What is it, Soulwalker? Do not express your passion thus. A little tricky will outdo, perhaps. Suffice it to say, I am proud to be counted amongst Eorzea's finest.
Oh boy.
We Sahagin will play our part.
He like flared his gills and then couldn't speak for like a whole...
We kobolds have not forgotten the crimes the Overdwellers committed against us in the past. But today we look to the future as allies united in purpose.
Make mock of the Ixal the Paragon does! Turns kin into puppets! Pits brother against brother! Free them from his grasp, we shall!
Yes, we will.
As Patriarch Zadar will attest, the Scions have granted us a means to free your brethren from their thraldom. This boon we will gladly share. that your people might never be enslaved again.
We accept! We accept!
Praise me!
This is great.
It's taken a while, but I do believe we might be one step closer to a world without primals. Would that Minfilia were here to see it.
We still have a long way to go, and we're going to need a lot more Porksies. But we're moving in the right direction.
If I may have your attention, there is one other point I would like to raise. As we can all agree, freeing those held captive must take precedence over every other concern. But experience has taught us that none save those with the capacity to resist tempering can hope to enter the towers unscathed. And even once inside, a still greater threat may yet await them, that which we call a primal. Needless to say, if we are to succeed, engaging with such foes can only ever be considered a last resort. And so I move that we seek to prevent them from being summoned in the first place.
Yeah.
Yes! Both prayer and ether are needed for the ritual. Should either one be denied, the summoning would fail.
Indeed. And so we must endeavor to discover the source of the ether on which the process depends. Do so, and it may present a way to halt the summonings, or perhaps even neutralize the towers entirely.
Yeah.
A promising proposal. While you are conducting your investigations, however, we will need to remain vigilant, lest the Telophoroi commit further abductions and summon primals ere we have the means to prevent them. To stand a better chance of keeping our enemy at bay, we would do well to coordinate our defensive efforts, sending reinforcements to assist our neighbors when needed.
Yes.
We Amalja would have been overwhelmed were it not for our newfound allies. But say the word, and we shall come.
I see we are all in accord. But what are we to call this proud fellowship of ours? I submit that the honor of naming it should go to the scion whose brave efforts have done so much to unite Eorzea. What say you, my friend?
So me? I would call it the Grand Company of Eorzea.
But that's the name I...
A fine choice, for there is none here who does not love Eorzea.
Aye, in that we shall ever be united.
United in our gratitude for the realm that gave us life.
Then let it be recorded that on this day, the Grand Company of Eorzea was born.
How long have we dreamed of this moment? And now that it's here, Oh, forgive me. Might we speak outside?
It's quite literally Alphino's dream. Well, Now that we are out of earshot of the other delegates, I hope you will forgive me if I speak my mind. Let me begin by saying that I have dreamed of this day since the moment I first set foot upon these shores, and that I was heartened as anyone to see the people of Eorzea pledge their solidarity. Yet, even as they uttered their declarations, all I could think about was the conflict to come, of the sacrifices that would be made and the lives lost. Inevitabilities that I still struggle to accept. But at least now there is hope. The formation of the Grand Company of Eorzea is the first step. The first of many. Many and more. Many and more. Elder Seedsir, how might we be of service? I seek Master Alfner's assistance in a matter involving Gridania's neighbors, the Sylphs. I know that you and yours have long kept a weathered eye upon the crystal trade, to better predict the coming of primals, and so you will be familiar with the Sylphs of the Archon Ashcrown Consortium. Through their dealings, they have cultivated relations not only with the city-states, but many other communities besides. Communities such as the Beast Tribes. Just so. It is our hope that we make use of the Sylphs' established lines of communications and coordinate the efforts of our new fellowship. Yet there remain certain practical differences between a trade consortium and a grand company. If the Sylphs are to perform their task effectively, they will require the counsel of one vessel in the operational aspect of an armed force. An armed force founded with the self-same goal in mind, no less. The Crystal Braves, yes. Forgive me, Master Alphino. I know that it was a painful chapter in your life, but the experience may yet be made to serve the realm. In my hubris, I plotted a course for the Crystal Braves, which stretched far beyond the Order's initial conception, one intended to pave the way for the founding of what I intended to call the Grand Company of Eorzea. But my plans all came to naught. Built upon a frail foundation of lofty ideals, the Order was doomed from the first to collapse under the weight of a more worldly interest, and I have no wish to see this new endeavor suffer the same fate. Mayhap I ask too much of you? Not at all. You may count upon my assistance, for what little it is worth. By your leave, I shall prepare a report, including a list of recommendations drawing on the lessons I learned from the failures of the Crystal Braves. You have my gratitude, Master Alphino, and my trust. When your report is ready, pray share it directly with the Sylphs. With your guidance and the earnest efforts of every godly soul gathered here this day, I have no doubt but that our fellowship shall emerge from the shadow of the Telephoroi and flourish. Until next we meet, my friends. Before committing anything to writing, there are a number of people whose thoughts I'd like to hear. Former Braves, you understand. Might you join me in seeking them out? Can't think of no excuse not to, so yes. As if you have to ask. As if you have to ask. Thank you. As someone who witnessed the Order's rise and fall, yours would be a reassuring presence. I'll join you. If you're planning to canvass opinions of your former comrades, they'll be a lot quicker if we share the task of questioning them. Then mayhap Graha can lend a hand as well. I shall accompany Thancred back to the Rising Stones. Between us, I dare say we should be able to provide an accurate enough account of the day's events. We should be glad of your company, Graha. I shall explain the details on the way. The Crystal Braves. So, what's the plan, brother mine? Before discussing the task at hand, I should probably admit that the report I proposed is largely written. Not long after that fateful day in Uldar, I penned a detailed account of the organization's history, from the events that led to its inception, from the failings that brought about its demise. Thus, this I did primarily as a means of taking some semblance of responsibility. Never did I imagine that it might be later referred to by those seeking to form a similar organization. And while I made every attempt to be objective, the account was mine alone, its events viewed from my singular perspective. For it to be of use, however, it must be broadened to encompass the viewpoints of all involved. Only then can it answer what seems to me to be the crucial question, namely, why after the Crystal Braves disband did some members choose to remain with us while others did not? I see. You think the answer will tell us something about the nature that ties the binds of our new Grand Company together, and that this knowledge might help us to prevent it from falling apart when those bonds are inevitably tested. That is my hope, yes, but the questions I would ask are uncomfortable to some. As the former commander of the Crystal Braves, I doubt that those who abandon the cause would welcome my inquiries. Then Graha and I will just have to try. Meanwhile, the two of you can talk to the ones who kept the faith. A fine suggestion. Have care, however. Certain of my former comrades are of questionable character, so keep your wits about you and let us reconvene in Gridania later on. So we get to talk to Rio. It's been so long. If you have no objections, I have a mind to begin speaking with Riol and Alian. If memory serves, the two of them will be attending an intelligence briefing at Castrum Oriens. Let us seek them out there. Castrum Oriens. Ah, yes. Boo. Well, look who it is. And what brings you two here? Wouldn't have anything to do with the big meeting, would it? In a manner of speaking, I've been assigned a task, you see, for which I require the assistance of former members of the Crystal Braves. So you want to know why we stick with you? So you want to know why we decided to stick with the Scions, eh? Ain't an easy thing to put into words, that. As Rio will attest, I spent a long time agonizing over my failures to alert you to the traitors in our midst. For my negligence, I was captured, along with many others, and we were powerless to prevent the tragedies that ensued. Not a day goes by that I do not think back on those fateful events. By joining the Scions, I hope to redeem myself, and I will continue to serve the cause for as long as I am able. But that wasn't my only reason. When we were finally reunited at the Rising Stones, you refused to blame anyone but yourself for the fall of the Crystal Braves. And in spite of everything that had happened, everything you had suffered, you took us back without a moment's hesitation. We would not have blamed you had you turned us away, but when you gave us your trust instead, what else could we do but try to repay it? Nothing, that's what. As for me own tale, well, I've always felt the Scions have something in common with me old crew. The duty of the strong is to protect the weak. That was our creed, and I still strive to live by it to this day. But as time goes on, I've learned that strength comes in many shapes and sizes. From Hori Boulder to Mistress Tataru, we've all got something to offer. And not one of us is doing it for personal gain, because we believe there's more important things than that. Things worth protecting. Which is what being a Scion's all about. I am at a loss for words. Thank you, my friends. To hear this from you means more than you know. Forgive me. Paul, could you... Why do you think the Crystal Braves ended in failure? Well, it's founding ideals is something to be proud of, but ideals alone don't make a crew. For every swab who signed up with good intentions, there was another who was only in it for the coin, the glory, or both. Ours was quite a disparate band, and while I will never forget Ilbert, And while I will never forgive Ilbert, the fact that we managed to function at all was thanks in large part to his efforts. Just a pity he was doing it all for the wrong reasons, eh? Only takes one bad apple, they say, and the Braves had a barrel full of them. Not like the Scions. We might look like a ragtag band of misfits, but deep down, we've all got that shared sense of purpose. And why? Because Tataru sifted out all the glory hunters before they made it through the door. I see. So while our ranks comprise a diverse range of people, each with their own individual strengths, we are all united in purpose. Thank you, my friends. With your permission, I shall make a record of our discussion and refer to it when drafting my recommendations. Until we meet again. On official business. Well, I think we have taken up enough of our colleagues' time, and I am conscious that the less affirming testimonies await us. Let us make our way to Gridania and hear what the others have learned. Ooh, Gridania. Ooh. Why there's so many fireworks? Alrighty. What is that going on? Sorry, give me a moment. Thanks to Tataru's ever-dependable intelligence, we managed to track down a handful of former Braves without any great difficulty. Some were forthright, others less so, but we heard enough to form a picture, and I must warn you, Alphino, some of their comments were harsh. I can well imagine, but their opinions are no less vital to my report. I seek the unvarnished truth. Thank you. I will set about adding your findings to my own at once. In the meantime, pray go on ahead to Little Solace and seek out Elder Frixio. I will join you anon. Oh boy. Poor Alphino. But you were quite the, naive child. I would say you're less naive nowadays. I think you're less naive. Nowadays. Like Justinian said. Headstrong. Willing to do what it takes. But by the same token, it's the endearing part of you.
Welcome, brave ones, and friends of brave one. How good it is to see walking ones again, so soon after the meeting.
It's been a while since we last spoke. Should this one perform the customary dance of greeting?
No, be at ease. It is true that these ones delighted in making walking ones dance, but no more. Horned one Kane Senna said that the walking ones would be coming to Little Solace. Imperial ones also invaded Sylphlands and abducted many of these ones, so these ones will be glad to bear messages between fighting friendly ones.
That is heartening to hear, Elder. It will require all ones to work in unison to stop the Telophoroi.
These ones will try very hard, of course, but in matters of war, these ones have little experience. Any advice walking ones can provide would be most welcome. Oh, another pretty silver-haired one, and in quite a hurry, it seems.
Alize, you must come quickly.
Whatever's the matter, Alphino? Don't tell me you couldn't read my handwriting. What? No! A Twin Otter officer accosted me of what I was about to set out. Charlian has sent an envoy, who is due to arrive in Gridania at any moment. An envoy? Could it be that Cryo has managed to sway the Forum? We shall know soon enough, but there is more. The envoy has requested that the two of us attend the audience with the Elder Seedseer. Really? I could see why they want Scions to be present, but us specifically? Wait, it isn't who I think it is. It is. I could scarce believe it myself, but when I inquired as the envoy's identity, I was told that it was one Fortunault Levieux. Your father? Well now, the fact that a serving member of the Forum had joined here would be surprise enough, but him? Quite. I gleaned from this that they are taking the matter seriously. That may be, but why him and not one of the other 98 Forum members, unless he volunteered for it? It has been some time since you last saw your father, has it not? Could it be that he is concerned for your well-being? Perhaps, but he has always been reluctant to discuss his work with us. Indeed, and whenever we write to our parents, it is invariably our mother who replies. Nevertheless, I welcome the opportunity to meet with him after so long, even if it is secondary to his true purpose here. Elder Frixio, loath though I am to cut this visit short, we must return to Redania. Pray accept my apologies along with my report. Never mind. There will be time to talk later. This one won't keep walking ones from more urgent matters. Go. The audience will be held at the Lotus Stand, where the Elder Seedseer awaits us even now. Let us be on our way. His father. Very interesting. I wonder what his father is going to be like. I don't know. Welcome, Warrior of Light. The Elder Seedseer and your friends are waiting within. My friends, I thank you all for coming so swiftly. Word of Master Fortunault's visit took us quite by surprise. When the Alliance granted Mistress Cryo permission to request Charlian's aid, we did not anticipate so prompt a reply, much less that it would be delivered by a member of the Forum. What the nature of that reply may be, we shall soon discover. Oh boy.
Elder Seedseer, I thank you for granting me this audience. I am Fortunault Levieux, here in my capacity as representative of the Forum.
It is I who should thank you, Master Fortunault, for journeying so far and so swiftly. Would that our first meeting could have been under happier circumstances.
It has been too long, Father. You look well.
As do you both. Ameliance will be glad to hear that you are taking care of yourselves.
How is Mother?
She misses you terribly, of course. but is otherwise a picture of health.
Okay.
Circumstances apart, I'm grateful that our meeting has afforded me the chance to be reunited with my children at long last. And I believe I also owe you thanks for the hospitality you showed my father, Louisoix, during his sojourn in Eorzea.
All thanks we owe to him. In the days prior to the 7th Umbral Calamity, it was your father's tireless efforts which granted us a means to vanquish the primals.
My goat.
Were it not for him, our strength would have been quite spent by the time the Empire arrived. That Gridania still stands is in large part his achievement. He was a great man.
He would doubtless have been moved to hear you say so. I must confess, however, that I opposed his decision to intervene. And my position remains unchanged.
To chart the course of history, not to change it. I am familiar with the Sharlayan stance.
It is more than that. It is our way of life, who we are. But I came here not to deliver a lecture, but the Forum's answer to your request. Sharlayan will under no circumstances intervene in the conflict between Eorzea and the Garlean Empire.
May I ask for what reason the Forum has come to this decision? The final days spell the end not only for Eorzea, but the entire world.
The final days? Pray spare me your hyperbole. This conflict is no more than the latest in a series of petty squabbles between yourselves and Garlemald, one in which Sharlayan will take no part. If the final days were truly upon us, we would know.
Well, sounds like you're dumb, because they are. Do you know what an Ascian even is?
Father, you must ask the Forum to reconsider. You may feel safe on your little island across the waves, but if you imagine the Telophoroi will leave you be, you are mistaken. They mean to kill us all, themselves included.
Alphino is right. We have seen what the enemy is capable of, the lengths to which they'll go. This is no time to turn a blind eye. If Eorzea falls, so too will Sharlayan. So if you truly love our homeland, you will join us. Now, before it's too late.
I thought you knew better than to raise your voice to your elders. It seems I was wrong. Wrong to ever let you leave, Sharlayan. I consoled myself that your time abroad would instill in you some hint of restraint, of discipline. But I see now that Eorzea has made fools of you both. Have you forgotten why it was that I so vehemently opposed your grandfather's departure? For all his wisdom, his only solution was to go to war. Death, devastation, ruin. Even those who claim victory are scarred for life. What prize could ever justify such sacrifice? It is the duty of the learned to avert such tragedy. By fanning the flames of war, you forsake all you once held dear.
To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence.
I see your friend shares your misguided ideals. But unlike him, you should know better. By espousing such barbaric notions, you subvert the teachings of Sharlayan and place all we have worked for in jeopardy. Alphino, Alizé, as of this moment, you shall no longer bear the name of Leveilleur.
What?
Father! How you choose to live your lives is no longer my concern. If you wish to walk the path of ruin, I will not stand in your way.
Jeez.
Master Fourcheneau, while Sharlayan may have no intention of intervening in this conflict, we can still part as friends. Will you not stay and speak with us, that we might learn of Sharlayan's hopes for the morrow?
I have said what I came here to say. Any further discussion would be meaningless.
Father! Wait!
Don't bother, Alizé!
How can you stand there and watch him walk away? How can you let this happen?
Jeez. So that's what he came here to say? That we're all fools for having the temerity to defend ourselves against the Teferoli? As for the rest, like it or not, this was the Forum's decision. To watch from afar while Eorzea burns. Father was but the messenger, and he handed down their judgment. I could think of nothing to say that could possibly sway him. I still can't. To have prolonged this discussion would have changed little, for it is not only Master Fourcheneau who must be persuaded, but the Forum as a whole. Their decision was made ere your father crossed the sea. Nor is it like to be changed, and so we shall face the Teferoi without their aid. Telophoroi. Forgive me, but if they had no intention of helping us, then why would they go through the trouble of sending an envoy in the first place? Why did they not simply keep their counsel, as they are wont to do? Call. Has Master Fourcheneau arrived yet? Then it is as I feared. My efforts were in vain. I pleaded our case to as many Forum members as I could, but they flatly refused to discuss the matter. No, that's not exactly true. I should rather say that they ignored every word I said on the subject, without exception. It was almost unnerving. Could it be that they are hiding something from us? That might go some way to explain Master Fourcheneau's performance. When he said they would know if the final days were truly upon us, I dismissed it as pride. But what if they genuinely believe what they know? But what if they genuinely believe that they know how the world will end, and simply disagree with us about the circumstance? That I don't know, but something tells me they are not unconcerned about the Telophoroi as they claimed. If the threat weren't real, why else would they be so standoffish and secretive? I would very much like to delve deeper into this, but I'm afraid I've exhausted every avenue of inquiry. Nor have I fared any better with my other mission, researching Hydaelyn in the Ethereal Sea. I tried enlisting the help of experts in the field, but it appears the Forum has forbidden anyone from cooperating with us. Obstructed at every turn. So it would seem. But don't lose heart just yet. With all the knowledge and acquaintances we have between us, we can still find a way forward. To that end, I would like you all to join me here, when the time is right, of course. I'm aware that matters in Eorzea stand on a knife edge, but with your permission, I can at least start making the necessary arrangements. I've always wanted to visit Sharlayan.
And so you shall, albeit under less than happy circumstances. It may take a while to secure entry for you all, but I'll let you know when everything is in order. Look after yourselves in the meantime, won't you? Your speculations give me cause to hope, yet if these seeds will bear fruit, I cannot say. While it is possible the Sharlayans hide something, some secret truth from us, there can be no certainty that its exposure will prompt in them a change of heart. And so, for the present, we must needs confront the plight in which we find ourselves. The Forum has refused our request for aid, and it falls to us alone to contend with the Talofferoi. Even with all of Eorzea standing united, there is no guarantee that we will prevail. What does Sharlayan intend to do if we fail?
So it seems like we know where the Endwalker takes place. It takes place in Sharlayan. Or at least partly. Death unto dawn. Shush. Kane Senna seems determined to not let the disappointment of Sharlayan's rejections distract her from the task at hand. Oh boy. This is the last mission. This is the last mission of Shadowbringers. Welcome to the endgame.
While Sharlayan's stance is indeed disappointing, we cannot allow ourselves to be distracted from the challenge before us. There is much and more to be done. I shall begin by sharing the Forum's response with my counterparts in the Alliance. Meanwhile, I would ask that the Scions... Grave tidings, Walking Ones! Grave tidings, Walking Ones! Grave tidings! Calm yourself, my gentle friend. What has occurred? These ones who went to see Feathered Ones sent terrible news. Destroying Ones have appeared in the Ziffatol. Destroying Ones and captured Ones, even frightfully godly Ones. Feathered Ones didn't stand a chance and were sent to flapping and squawking. When did this happen? Is it too late to help them? Too late, yes. Much too late. And luckily Destroying Ones were only passing through and continued on west. Other ones who did not flight were left unharmed.
West? That would be Korthus. My lady, the Ishgardians report that the Talofferoi have emerged from the eastern highlands of Korthus and are marching at speed. Though their purpose have yet to be determined, the Carchano Flats would seem their most likely destination. Lord Emmerich has already dispatched his forces and requests our immediate exposure.
Tell him he shall have it. The time has come for the Grand Company of Eorzea to prove its worth.
Carchano, again? Oh gosh.
Well, mayhap it is a mercy that we do not have time to stew upon misfortunes. Come, my friends, let us make haste to Carchano.
Carchano, oh no.
Wait! This one almost forgot. Destroying Ones were said to be led by Crackling Robed One. This one must see what all Walking Ones know. Farewell.
Crackling Robed One, that's Ramu. And Daniel? Oh, Cackling, maybe.
Who else? It was only a matter of time before that grinning maniac showed himself again. I shall have an airship ready to bear you to Carchano. Pray see to your preparations and report to the land with all haste.
At once, my lady. Let us away. Oh boy. What am I doing that for? I can just go to the ether current and teleport straight to it, which I believe would be faster. Nafika. Oh, God. Oh no. It's not here, is it? Nope, it's up stairs, apparently. Why would it be up here? Who actually knows? But it's causing my game to lag. Oh my. Fordola.
Call. It would seem Fordola has come here all the way to Gridania to find us. I've explained the situation, but she insists her business is urgent.
Aye, and it'll be over sooner if you just shut up and come with me. Okay. Yes.
They're involved.
Arenvold! I can't tell you how good it is to see you.
It arrived a lot sooner than expected, eh? The day I craned my neck up at you.
Aww.
Only because you're sitting down. Unless...
Afraid so. The chirurgeons say I may never walk again.
Oh.
Come on, Alfino, it could be worse. Besides, I didn't come here to dampen the mood. Quite the opposite. All I've ever wanted was to fight for a cause I believe in. But my fighting days are over. So I want you to fight in my stead. Be the hero I can't.
I am no hero.
That's what they all say, though. No one ever calls themselves a hero. Even the ones who eat primals for breakfast. It's for others to decide. Look, Alfino. You already are a hero. To me and countless others. We see you doing your damnedest to protect us all. And you're not alone, are you? There are people who believe in you, just as you believe in them.
We carry the dreams of many, we'll carry yours too. We'll be sure to give your regards to the Lofroy. Some things may have changed, but the adventure isn't over yet. We carry the dreams of many, we'll carry yours too.
I know what's at stake, and how many people are depending on you. But I believe in you. Believe that you'll see it through. That's why I'm entrusting my dreams to you. Like Albert and Owley once entrusted their dreams to me.
There was a time when I would have borne the weight of such expectations without a second thought. But now, I know just how heavy that burden can be. To tell the truth, I'm beginning to wonder if I chose the right path. Sacrifices will inevitably be made for the sake of the ideals I uphold. Maybe I am not the person I thought I was. The person you think I am.
I wouldn't presume to tell you. But I will say this. In spite of everything, you've come this far. The road ahead might not always be clear, but you've never been one to give up or take the easy way out. And everything you do for others. For a brighter future. I'm proud to call you my friend. Well, I've said my piece, so I'll let you go. I know you've got more important things to be doing. Just give what I've said some thought, all right?
I shall, my friend. And we will meet again soon, I promise.
Nothing left for me to do but wave and smile.
You've got a pretty narrow view of what it means to be a hero. Do you know that? You think they're all forged in the fires of battle? That it's all about being brave and killing villains? Alphino and the others will carry on their fight. But theirs isn't the only one. There are other ways you can make a difference. If you stop feeling sorry for yourself and put your bloody mind to it.
There's not much chance of me living the quiet life with you around, is there?
If you're content to twiddle your thumbs thinking of what might have been, that's your lookout. But I reckon you've got some fight left in you.
And I reckon you might be right. If there's a way I can still help my friends, I'll bloody well find it.
That was nice. Oh boy. An instance. You can tell me what that was all about. By judging the set of Alphino's jaw, it appears to have done him some good. Thancred and the others have already left the Rising Stones, and according to the communications officer, Amalja and Cobalt forces are also bound for the Cartano as we speak. They mean to keep the promise they made in Alamigo, and we must do the same, by saving as many of their tempered kin as possible. Anyway, the airship is ready to depart, should we get going. By joining the battle at Cartano, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to participate in the battle and view these scenes in their entirety. The progress through the battle will be saved at certain points in the event that you are defeated. You'll be able to try again from the most recent of these. Please note that if you enter battles associated with other quests or log out from the game, the progress will be lost. Okay, give me one moment while I go get some more water, and then we're hopping in the final bit. I'll be right back. Alright, without further ado, let us begin. Hard to know. Oh boy.
My fellow Scions, as I am sure you will have heard, we can expect no help from Sharlayan, nor are we any closer to discerning the Telophoroi's grand design. And now, our adversary moves against us in unprecedented numbers, compelling us to answer in kind. The outlook, in short, is bleak. Yet though our foes are many, and we but few, we may still tip the balance in Eorzea's favor.
Of course. We will do what we always do. Deal with the ones our allies can't. A less than daunting prospect, judging by your expression. Could it be that you've dispelled your lingering doubts, Alphino?
Oh, I doubt I ever will. But as my friends have kindly reminded me, I have come this far, and that must count for something.
Gods be good, Alphino. That's what we've been trying to tell you all along.
For one so bright, you can be remarkably dim at times. There is such a thing as overthinking, you know.
Might I suggest that we continue this conversation after the battle? It would appear that Telophoroi have already arrived.
I'll do what I can to cure the Tempered, but they'll have to be incapacitated first.
Have care, my friends, for none can say wherefore our foe did choose this fateful field to be our battleground. Whatever may transpire, pray grant him not the pleasure of deterring you.
I don't want to see any calamity-shaking events right now. Because we are at the site of the 7th Umbral Calamity, and I do not like that. Oh, here we all are.
Listen well, friends. The Telophoroi are sweeping across Cartano. As for the Ascian, he was briefly sighted above the battlefield, but has since vanished. He likely intends to watch events fold from afar. Thus far, the movements of the Lunar Primos have proven difficult to predict, even when poised to ambush our troops. They insisted withdraw with some unknown reason.
Whatever the Telophoroi's plan may be, the Primos are our primary target.
Understood. They will not elude the Scions for long.
Whoa.
Prepare yourself!
Let's give it our all!
Holy. Hello.
What the heck? This thing got all of its health.
Oh, it has so much health. Why does it have so much health? West, you say? Well, I'm following Estinian and... Alright, we're going this way. Something's not right. Oh no. As the Scions spread out across the field, Alizé and Graha take to fight the Telophoroi. Oh, are we... We're playing as Alizé, aren't we? Yup. Oh, great. So I have the Flare combo. Cool. The Scorch combo. Nice. Crimson Savior, which is our AoE, Flesh and Contra Seeks. And Recure. Let me, So this is literally just Ver Fire, Ver Arrow, Ver Stone, Ver Flare. You can do this every 40 seconds. Okay, that's pretty cool. But it doesn't have AoE. This is what has AoE. And you can constantly do it. Okay, I'm ready. Holy! Scorch! Oh, that's a cool AoE. What the heck? Why did she get that one? Oh, it does have dual cast. That's cool. And it has the dual cast of IC. For Fire Ver Arrow into Ver Stone Ver Thunder. Or no, Ver Stone Flare. And then Ver Stone Ver Flare. That's pretty cool.
Just the beginning.
Right behind you.
Holy Scorch. For Fire. For Arrow. For Stone. For Flare. For Fire. For Arrow. For Stone. For Flare. Cool. Well, do I have to heal Rahatia? Is that like expected of me? No. Oh, whoops. Awesome. Also, he is a paladin. That's cool. Seems we've earned a moment's respite. Then let us take this opportunity to cure the tempered. Send Angelo to cure the tempered. Angelo! Oof. Here's this guy. What is your plan? Friend Daniel. I don't like that. No, what are you looking up at?
Do you see that? The glyph. Yes. How worried should we be? Listen well and judge for yourself. Though I can see ethereal currents, I had not thoroughly examined those that flow through the heart of Cartano. But now that I am here, things have become clear. The flats conceal an etheric confluence, like to the pillars of the Azim Steep, but greater in scale, far greater. The glyphs that Fandanio hath conjured reached into its very midst, and I believe I know their purpose. Should the lunar primals destroy them, it would spark a chain reaction with the potential to obliterate the confluence entirely. The resultant disruption of the flow of aether would sow chaos among the elements, prompting earthquakes, floods, and tempests large enough to lay waste to the realm. That he would go so far cometh as little surprise. We must needs protect the confluence at all cost. Defeat Lunar Odin and defend the ethereal complex. Lunar Odin? And we're Urianger of all things? Is that Odin? So the time has come to pit my blade against his. Follow my lead. Well, no, because I need to learn how to become a healer. Lord of Crowns combo. That's funny. Every 15 seconds I can do it. Executes the following abilities in succession. Destined draw. Leave everything to fate as you draw a card from your divining deck. Stores 10% of maximum HP. Deals unexpected damage. The Lord of Crowns. Okay. This one. Executes the following abilities in succession. Leave everything to fate. Yada yada yada. Store 20% of maximum HP in the scroll. Damage delta is increased while weapon skill cast time and recast time. Spell cast time and recast time. Auto attack delay are reduced. Okay. That's cool. Then Benefic. And Aspected Helios. Benefic is just a regular cure. Aspected Helios is the stores own HP, is the AoE one with regen. Fixed Sign. Creates a fixed sign centered around the caster, reducing any damage taken by 10% for self and all party. Healing effect over time. Duration ends upon using another action or moving. Okay, good to know. So I should go like this. Aspected Helios. And get in there with Malefic.
I shall protect thee.
Okay, it's not very hard.
My turn.
May the 12 guide you.
Okay.
Away with you!
Come on.
The best defense is a good defense!
Whoa, gunmetal soul. Awesome. Stay out of his reach, but the confluence must come first. Protect the confluence, then heal the confluence. Aspected Helios. I see. Let's go. That's cool. That was fun. Got to play as Urianger. And we got to fight Odin of all primals. Like, that's literally the first time that Odin is supposed to be a primal that you fight in the actual story. Because prior to that, there was no reason to actually fight it. Meanwhile, Grahati and Alizé prepare to lock swords with Lunar Ravana. Oh, my favorite. My favorite primal. Because the theme goes so hard. Rejoice in the glory of combat! It's so sad this isn't Ravana. This is some awful copy. Alright, that must be Ravana. A formidable foe by all accounts. But so are we. Foul combo. Allegan Blizzard restores our MP. Thunder, which is our dot. We have Cure. Funny. We have Medica. I guess because there's only two of us, huh? Break. Prevents spellcasting movement and other activity of nearby enemies. Instant. Cast time, cast time, cast time, cast time, cast time. What's happening back here? Oh, I see. This is just Blizzard. Or this is just 3 Fire 4s and Foul. That's funny. This is just Blizzard, which will restore our MP. Okay. Okay. So, I would want to Medica first. And then go ahead and start casting Fire 4! Fire 4! Fire 4! Foul! We do big damage. He's so cool. Like moths. Oh, it had his cast time. Okay, we need to actually focus on these other ones here.
I have you now.
Okay. That's not cool. That wasn't cool. Oh my gosh, what? Okay, resume from midway. Normal. Normal. Come on now. Please tell me we are... Okay, yeah, we are. We are back at Alizé and Rahatia. Now, this is going to be difficult. Let's see, if I go here, I could probably get both of us. Yep. Go ahead and do this. Just spam some Fire 4s on them. I should put a Thunder on them. So I think we gotta save that. because I think it's an interrupt specifically for that moment. Let it go. Alright, this is where we do it. Wait until they start casting.
I have you now.
No, what the heck? I have no, I need MP. Okay, do this. Oh, rejoice in the glory of combat. Ow. Ow. Where's my thunder? What is that? I need... Oh no, he's gonna do it again. At least let me get some MP. Nope. Please help. Alize. Alize, please. Alize. Oh gosh. Alize, please. Oh, that was stressful. At least we got him. Oh, Ravana. Cool boss. Now, what are we gonna deal with? Ifrit. In the self-same moment, you stand shoulder to shoulder with Alphino and Istinian. Prepared to fight Ifrit. The first primal we ever fought. This one arguably has every reason to be very difficult, considering there's no reason for it to not be difficult. Because we have our full moveset. Let's take him away from here. Yeah, this is gonna be tough. At least it's got a full ring, so you don't need to, like, think about... Oh my gosh, where's the safe spot? Oh gosh. That was not where the safe spot was.
You're finished!
We must fight on!
Oh, come on. I'm following Estonian this time. Ow. Oh my gosh, there's so many of them. There is no way. There's absolutely no way.
Roar, Nidhogg! Roar! I have you now!
Oh. He's Nastronning every single one. Don't worry, I got this one. Okay, didn't need it. That was cool. That was awesome.
I will not be outdone!
Jeez. He's just doing it over and over again. Whew. Awesome.
And thus another plan went up in smoke. I am beginning to see why Lord Xenos thinks so highly of you. Not that this changes anything, you understand. You have merely earned yourself a stay of execution.
them all.
How fare the tempered?
We've treated as many as we can, but some were beyond help.
Do not hang your head so, brave scions. Though not all of our captured brethren could be saved, we are grateful for those whose minds have been restored. You could do no more, and that is enough. So please hold your heads high.
Should have been quicker, but I'll do better next time. Thank you for your kind words. They mean a lot.
A victory at great cost, but a victory nonetheless. We must stay strong and press on. Isn't that right?
One battle at a time. We'll get there.
That
Agreed.
we will.
The moon. Come to think of it, I haven't normally seen the moon in the sky. Why is it glowing? Well, that's it. Hmm. I will listen and wait through all of these voice actors, and then I will move on. Not that I don't appreciate anybody that comes up after the voice actors, but I greatly appreciate and want to highlight the voice actors, because that's what I do. So, mad props to them. Alright. And with that, wow, we are all here. And Emmerich. Hi, Emmerich. I trust you all enjoyed a comfortable flight aboard the Pride of the Ishgardian fleet. Lest you worry, the Bonanza has been towed to the nearby location to be retrieved at your convenience. You have thought of everything, Lord Emmerich, and may I say how much I appreciate the hospitality you afforded us on the way home. Think nothing of it. Our destination lay in the same direction, and it afforded me the perfect opportunity to learn how my friend has been since we last took his leave. It would seem you have finally found a place to settle down. I merely grew weary of wandering the Far East. Returning to more serious matters, while the Telophoroi have been driven from Cartano, 'tis like that the bulk of their forces yet remain. On the evidence that the Grand Company of Eorzea's first joint military operation, however, I am confident that we have the potential to meet such threats head-on, even without the aid of you and yours. As such, while our forces keep the Telophoroi at bay, I would ask that you apply your talents to the task of neutralizing the towers. A sensible division of labor. While the towers remain, so too will the threat of the lunar primals. And given our expertise in the field of aetherology, we are better qualified to find the solution. That we are, especially should it happen to lie beyond the Alliance's dominion. There's a time and place for formal investigations, of course, but certain secrets are wont to hide where only enterprising individuals may venture. I could not agree more. There are none better suited to this task, nor any upon whom I would rather rely. On behalf of the Alliance, I thank you. We look forward to receiving any information you are able to uncover. And with that, I must take my leave. Should you have need of any assistance, pray do not hesitate to ask. Very well, my friends. I confess, I had hoped to be able to study the towers more closely, vital as they plainly are to the Telophoroi's plans. If we can discern their ultimate function, they will be one step closer to understanding our enemy's grand scheme. Should we succeed in neutralizing them, of course, it is all but certain that the Telophoroi will mount an all-out invasion. And then it will begin. The one who awaits at the heart of chaos will come for you, for us, for you. Yet in the end, our true nemesis may be the calamity to end all calamities, the final days themselves. Yes, all right, Alphino. We need a plan, not portents. As Thancred so eloquently pointed out, we are in a position to seek information from all manner of places, not least Sharlayan. According to Kryl, the Forum may have been more secretive than ever of late. While this may be related to the appearance of the Telophoroi, that remains a matter of speculation. But one thing is clear. The Forum is determined to keep us from discovering the truth. Master Fortunault's performance at the Lotus Stand was enough to convince me of that. The matter beareth further investigation. I do heartily concur. Nor can I think of a more promising place to look than for the answers we seek on the matter of the towers. Sharlayan hath ever been the wellspring of aetherological knowledge. I care not where we go. Here or there, my lance will be ready. And what of you, Cole? Might you be persuaded to join us? Plot a course for Sharlayan. Hear, hear. It is time we laid bare the Telophoroi's dark designs. It appears we are in agreement. We have but to wait for Cryo to secure the necessary permissions. In the meantime, there's a matter I would investigate. Does it involve tall structures?
By strange coincidence, it does. At present, I have only a creeping suspicion, but with your help, I will soon find out whether my fears are warranted.
Hmm. Shoosh. You have learned the emote Shush. And now we're going to get some sort of cutscene. Meanwhile, in the Garlean capital, of course. We're going to see Gaius. It's been a while, and I fear he's dead. No. Oh, of course he chose to become a Reaper. Is that a gun Reaper? What? It's got a gunblade cartridge on it. Also, what's this new outfit? I like the other one better.
Those Eorzeans certainly are a stubborn bunch. Though I suppose you knew that already. My plan to redirect the ether from Cartano came to a rather less than satisfactory conclusion. It was, in many respects, an abject failure. Which does, of course, raise the question of where we are going to procure the requisite amount. The obvious solution would be to draw on resources a little closer to home, though that would require our dreamer to dream a trifle more deeply.
So be it. The dreamer will not complain.
Then let us begin the preparations at once. With the gateway of the gods complete, all that remains is to gather the necessary ether, and our prize shall be within reach.
Huh? Oh, you can kind of see the background. What is that?
The time has come to fulfill your heart's desire. My desire!
What is that?
To relieve those wretched creatures of their meaningless existence!
And he is using like a gun Reaper.
While I await you, I shall drink a sea of souls and gorge myself upon the darkened moon.
Oh.
Then you shall come to me, all roiling rage and rancor. And the stars shall bear witness to our final contest.
What was that? What's happening?
As I thought, the ethereal currents have been disturbed here too.
That's indicative of a calamity. Oh no. You just prevented one in this expansion.
It was the same in Thanalan. Make that every location we surveyed.
And the strength of each current has diminished dramatically, far more than could be attributed to a natural occurrence.
What tidings bringest thou from Dravania?
We took a number of readings, and noticed that the closer we were to the tower, the lower the etheric density became. In short,
The towers are drawing upon the land's ether, which would explain how they were able to carry out the summonings.
Means there's not much we can do to stop them. Aside from the tower themselves being destroyed.
Our allies must be informed of this. We should return to the Rising Stone and have to relay our findings to them.
Hear me.
Huh?
Hear me.
Oh. It's been forever.
Dusk comes, and with it, the end. The fate of the star is in your hands.
Whoa.
Everything all right back there?
I don't like that. The moon was white before. At solemn dawn, grim purpose shines, in gazes cast towards moonlit sky. Thus does our final curtain rise. Your steps to go... I'm upset. I'm deeply upset. Wow, that actually really upset me. Well, that's, as I just said, very upsetting. And that quest right there is not something I'm going to pick up, because that is the beginning of Endwalker. And I'm not starting that right now. What I want to start is the trials. Or should I just jump right into it? Oh, that was better. I grabbed it just thinking it was a cooler helmet. Not that it was better. Well, it's actually pretty cool. Kind of makes me look like an Amalja. It's a cool helmet. Not as cool, I'm afraid, as my goated armor. Yeah, no, this is the armor of the century. Anywho. I wonder. Is it worth just starting? I could unlock the trials whenever. And it would give me good reason to... It would give me a good amount of stuff to do. Once I've finished. It's not like people run these trials often anyways. I'd be missing out on the raid tier. We save the raids and trial for a different day. And I say, let's go take a small break. And here's what I am going to do during this break, because I can't stream it. But I will need to, oh, that's interesting. Oh, that already happened, did it? Did it? Okay, whatever the reason, I'm going to take a small break to watch the Endwalker CGI trailer. And the reason I'm going to take a break and not just show it on stream is because I believe I can get copyrighted for it. So, to avoid that, I'm going to do that. And then we might just go ahead and start Endwalker. Fun. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Having watched that... Wow. Wow. Now that is something to look forward to. And we don't have to wait very long, because I'm going to do it now. Does this person get banned? Should've. Why isn't Seribot in my chat? Seribot, please join my chat. Forgot how to do it. Go here. No. Where do I find... Ah, here we are. No, commands. Here we are. Join. It's quite simple. Join. There we are. I don't know why, but I think whenever it, my internet lags out and I have to rejoin the chat, Siri ends up leaving. Which is not very great, considering that is how I ban all those pesky spam messages. Let's say best viewers on this scam website. Alright, well, without further ado, I don't see... I know I said what I said earlier, where I was like, oh, we'll do the raid, and we'll do the trial. But, realistically, I'd like to get the story as done as fast as possible. And that's not saying I don't want to enjoy the story, but I want to enjoy the story on stream, and I do that. And the sooner I get through the main story, the more I can focus on doing the other side content that I would like to do, and thus have something different to stream in the future. So, without further ado, if you're excited for Endwalker, and you're excited for what's to come in the story of Endwalker, come with me. And go ahead, give me a follow here. Follow me on Twitter so you don't miss when I go live. And go ahead and subscribe to the YouTube channel so you can stay notified of when I go live and if you miss any VOD. Without further ado, let's continue into Endwalker. I'm going to change the stream title to First Time Endwalker. Alright, Endwalker. Done. And with that, let us continue. We are going to get Horse Chestnut Weapon Coffer. Item level 515. Wow. Also, where's the previous helmet I was just using? No, I'm trying to sort. Is it this? It must have been this. I didn't like the Crystarium gear. I'm just gonna go out and say I did not like the way it looked at all. This also doesn't seem very useful. This doesn't seem very useful, and this doesn't seem... Actually, no, that's pretty useful. I think that's also being currently used, so I can't get rid of that. Actually, no, it shouldn't be. Because... Exactly. It's not being used. I can get rid of it. Perfect. Now, without, again, further ado, Endwalker.
Call, do you have some time to talk? I would like to gather everyone in Dawn's respite, and together assess the situation in which we find ourselves.
New music.
Let us take stock of the facts, shall we? The crisis at hand begins with the sudden appearance of ominous towers in a multitude of locations throughout the world. We have since learned that said structures were brought into being by an organization known as the Telophoroi. The Telophoroi stated purpose is to recreate the final days of eons past, an apocalyptic event that would result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Already have these towers of theirs been the cause of untold suffering. Countless innocents kidnapped and imprisoned, their faith perverting the primal summonings.
New music already? Sounding good.
And unless we find a way to deal with these corrupted auras surrounding the spires, we can't even get close enough to rescue anyone. Those shielded with the blessing of light seem to be able to resist being tempered at least. But after what happened to Arenvald and Fordola, we need to be very, very careful about how we proceed.
Yet while these threats close to home are our paramount concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. As you know, the Telophoroi are under the leadership of Friend Daniel and one other delightful fellow, Xenosier Galvus, Crown Prince and our dearest friend. To date, he reclaimed his old body, murdered Emperor Varus, and plunged Garlemald into an even deeper pit of chaos. The capital has probably seen the worst of it. For a good while there, it saw the bloodiest fighting in the War of Succession, but that has since changed, and in troubling ways. Aye, during our reconnaissance, the air was not once rent by the barking of cannons or the cries of discord. 'Twas an eerie fog of silence which did blanket that ruined city. The inhabitants appeared to have been tempered, and with nary a word spoken did they labor to transform the palace into a soaring edifice born of nightmares.
If they were indeed made thralls, it would seem safe to assume that these events too were orchestrated by the Telophoroi. An army of primals is awful enough, but in light of recent developments, I fear it is only the prelude of an even greater catastrophe. All we need to devise a means to counter this threat, and quickly, before our allies are overwhelmed. We will find a way in Sharlayan, I am sure of it. Master Folchenol's comments regarding the final days were curious, to say the least. The Forum knows more than it is letting on. Sorry to interrupt. We've just received word from Mistress Cryle. She says that the arrangements for your visit have been finalized.
Ooh, I like this theme.
You're headed to Limsa and board the next ship bound for Sharlayan. And on arrival, present yourselves as associates of the students of Baldessian, come to assist with the Order's restoration.
I like the music. Okay. Okay. The arrangements may have been settled, but what of your thoughts? They must race at the prospect of returning home after so long.
I am eager to see it, of course. Of course. We should set off at once.
Ooh, okay, okay.
Then I'll accompany you to the docks. You need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey.
Oh, I like it. I like the music. From the little bit of music I heard in the CGI trailer, one, it included literally themes from every previous expansion, which is awesome. It was awesome. And just the general overall new theme is great. It's absolutely fantastic. So I'm actually already pretty excited for the music of this expansion. I still think my favorite expansion's music has to be Heavensward. But who knows? Maybe Endwalker is going to change my mind. Oh my gosh, there are so many people here. My game. Please. My game lags. It yearns for no lag. Ugh. Why do people love to flock around Limsa? I want to experience the story, dang it.
Everyone's here, which is good because I've already paid for your passage, and the fee is non-refundable. The ship for Charlian should be pulling into port soon, so please follow me and have all your luggage close at hand.
Oh boy. Well, there's Limsa. Bye, Limsa. Oh hey, it's Momozigo. That was the Samurai Quest, Lalafell. He was in green, talking to another
We've
Lalafell.
almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule, or so I'm told.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
Did they change Istola's?
Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one. And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief. Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louis Soir of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Will this be your first visit to Charlian, Sir Estinian? Sir Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Better.
There's Tataru. I feel like we're always
You
leaving
like
Tataru behind.
You seem positively distraught.
We're always leaving her behind, poor Tataru.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland. It's just, we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hell-bent on destroying the world. And, once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
Well, since worrying about the things we're powerless to change, I'll bring them back safe and sound, I promise.
I'll hold you to that.
Ah, good. You're still here.
Hey, Hoary Boulder.
this way?
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower. Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye, we your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
We're set to sail! All aboard for Sharlayan!
Well, time to go.
It's time.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Have a safe journey, and please, please, be careful.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown.
Who is the narrator this time?
A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux.
Wait, that's Emmett Selk.
In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice.
That's 100% Emmett Selk.
That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end.
If it was just in that lower register and gravelly, I'd think it was Xenos, but no.
Treasure every moment, every step of your descent.
That's Emmett. Why would you be the narrator? Oh. Into the water.
And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
Oh. Oh, there it is. Old Sharlayan. And it loads. They keep using this. They keep using answers in this very echoey audio. Oh.
Feel. Think.
Hear, feel, think. What does it mean? What do you want me to
barely
know?
dawned, my fellow earlier riser. Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt. Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself. In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Sharlayan should be coming into view at any moment.
There's clearly a message being pushed through that song. They would not be playing it so often recently. Oh. Heidelin?
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad. Hear, feel, think. And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
Why now? I can trust your words no longer, Oof. Ooh. Why now, Heidelin?
After your sojourn in the First, I believe you have your answer. You have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Heidelin has always been, a primal.
I see you have a mask. It looks awfully like the one of the ancients.
Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world, and I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms. Monumental. Which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
What?
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Sharlian's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
That is odd. We just get to converse with her, and she's actually honest.
Oh, what a fine morning. Still a bit stiff though.
And a good morning to you too. Taken a look at the island already?
Nope.
Then let's go. Let's go. Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Ah,
the sleepers have arisen. There she is. Good old Charlian.
Oh, I see it.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes, but we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you?
Indeed. 'Tis as Sir Estinian saith. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side, I prithee.
Exactly.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Charlian proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
Let's go! Endwalker. The answers we seek, you say? Answers?
Charlian, the solitary island nation of the northern seas.
It is Emet-Selch. Oh, this is so weird.
Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Ala Megan's soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
Old Charlian. The North empty.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next then? Entry applications?
No, we already did that.
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
What?
Hasn't Charlian all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Charlian only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders, especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge.
True.
If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Charlian's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions. Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration. Grahatir,
It might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration offices were this way, as I recall. Shall we?
Wow. Crazy how long ago this place was even, like, mentioned.
Greetings.
We're actually here.
We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahat here of the Students of Baldassian at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Yeah, those three.
Ishtola rule. See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with the citizen registry kept in the main repository.
Hmm.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
Alphino Leveilleur.
And Alize Leveilleur.
Hmm. Uh-oh.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny. And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
We shall keep that in mind.
These last two are not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Name and occupation?
Oh boy. Artisan. Adventure by trade, champion of Eorzea. Yikes, not that one. Adventure by trade. Adventure by trade.
An adventurer. Well, I suppose that is considered a valid calling in your native Eorzea, and it does indeed match the profile provided. You may enter. And you, sir?
Estinian Varlino, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Varlino. Varlino. Wasn't it Wormblood?
Formerly, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
Don't. Don't say Scion. Do not say Scion. Do not say Scion. Ah.
If you'll allow me.
Trial for the save.
My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
Estinian's face was so like, oh, I didn't study for this part of the test.
Croyle, it is good to see you.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you will seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we? Oh! Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
Oh. Big town. Also. That goes somewhere. The Northern Empty, you say? Ah. Interesting, interesting. Ah. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Tavnir, Razadhan. It's actually showing it to me because I'm in the expansion and where it exists. It's not like... Oh, well, I'm in the middle of a cutscene, so I can't say anything else.
I'm glad I spotted your ship coming into port. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for detail. In any case, you may relax and take a moment to get your land legs back.
Ooh, new weapon. But yes, as I was gonna say, it's not like I could do this, which I know is Taral, right? Like, I know this is Taral, but I can't just up and see it, because it just doesn't let me do that. But I can now look at the Northern Empty, which apparently has whatever this place is called. I forgot already. Liberintheos. And Ilsabard, which has Razadhan, Thavnir, and Garlemald. Ooh. Interesting. Old Sharlayan, new to you. Right, let me use this weapon coffer. Because we have a new weapon to equip. Ew, a very gross looking spear.
I had thought to launch directly into an explanation of what I've learned and how we might proceed. But this is Colin Estinian's first time in Sharlayan, and for the rest of you, a homecoming that was long overdue. You must have places you wish to visit, and people you're dying to see. Therefore, I propose we postpone our agenda so that you may all have sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings in the city. Once you've settled in, we can reconvene at the Baldessian Annex. How does that sound? 'Tis a fine suggestion. We may not be welcome at the Levier estate as such, but I should like to nose around the neighborhood all the same.
That's so sad.
I am equally untethered, as it were. There is no particular place that my kin call home. Still, I would not pass up the opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city.
Likewise. A quick tour of our old haunts might even yield some useful gossip. The annex was west of the Aetheryte Plaza, wasn't it? I shall join you there anon.
Yes, we'll see you there.
What about you, Urianger? I, too, have places I would be remiss in not visiting forthwith by thy leave.
What of you, Stinian? My service as a guide are yours for the asking.
That won't be necessary. Until we reconvene, I prefer to wander as the wind takes me.
But I could... Oh. Well, Raha, would you like to join us then? You've been gone for quite a while, and this would be a perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours.
Oh, of course, if you'll have me.
Come, Call. Charlian awaits.
Interesting, interesting, interesting.
After you, my friend. I am more than content to follow your lead.
Rahatia is now accompanying you. Keep him at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. Oh. In the event that you use an Aethernet, Grahatia will catch up to you so long as you remain in the same area. You can leave Grahatia behind, however by entering a different area, you may also speak to him and select the option to part ways. If you wish to have Grahatia accompany you again, return and speak with him at the original location. Next try speaking with Cryo. Oh, that's cool.
All set? Then let us be on our way. Our first stop, amusingly, will be the last stand. It's a cafe on the west side of the harbor.
Cryo is now accompanying you. Lead your two companions to the last stand and speak with Cryo at the designated location. While you accompany, you may encounter conversation points along the way which offer additional topics of discussion. Enter the glowing area and speak with your guest companions to initiate these bonus conversations. Enjoy exploring your surroundings together. So now they just kind of... Oh, look at that. They're following me. That's interesting. Well, of course I'm gonna attune to all of the Ethernet shards. Of which there are quite a few. Discuss the giant statue in the harbor.
This path leads out to the sea, known as the Thaliac Stoa, so named for the statue of the scholar which stands at its end. As you know, the Charlian people prize the accumulation of wisdom above all else. Thus, when Thaliac was chosen as our patron deity, it was more a matter of pragmatism than belief, an alignment of principles, as it were. We may have honored him with a rather impressive sculpture, yes, but our faith is not so restrictive as that of, say, the Asgardians. Individual Charlians can and do worship other divinities of their choosing.
Now that's a sight one could hardly forget. The great statue of Thaliac. As a student of Baldessian, I was usually quartered on the Isle of Val, but I would gaze upon the scholar's wise features every time I returned by ship to the city. And
here we are, the last stand. I may have mentioned this before, but although our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Charlian tends to regard seasoning and flavor with a certain indifference. how can I put this? The food is, it's bland. And encapsulated by our infamous Archon loaf, the prevailing sentiment towards cuisine is dietary value first, and taste a distant second. There was one pupil at the studium, however, who could stomach the school's insipid meals no longer, so he quit his lessons and poured all his savings into building a proper eatery. And so the last stand came to be. It is, as the name implies, the sole dedicated outpost of fine dining in Sharlayan, the one and only bastion of culinary arts in an isle otherwise mediocre fare. I seem to recall their burger being hailed as one of the most impressive items on the menu. Not that I ever had the pleasure of eating one myself. Because you were a typical Sharlayan when it came to cheap and convenient, Raha. But surely Tataru has since taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. We should all stop in when time permits and sample the cafe's delights. Shall we press on? The stairs to the side of the cafe will take us up to the Aetheryte Plaza.
So they got a burger here? Why are they so advanced in food? No other places have burgers. The heck? Though I could always go for a good burger. Call me American, the way I like myself a good burger. I guess I am technically American, but that's a side point. Aethernet. Where?
An unusual shape, isn't it? I assure you, however, that it is perfectly functioning Aetheryte. Remember to attune yourself before we move on. Now, being the diligent tour guide that I am, I should make mention of the Confluence, a research facility located on this very plaza. Its much vaunted discoveries are the reason Sharlayan stands at the forefront of teleportation technology. In deciphering the underlying principles of elegant Aetherites, it allows us to understand and reconstruct what was essentially a lost art. And off we go to our next destination. Our path leads northeast to the Agora, Sharlayan's largest marketplace.
But what about this? Wait, that's where we're supposed to meet. So I guess we won't do that one. Then where are we going? Ah. Right over here.
Speaking of Aetherites, those teleportation fees do add up after a while, which is why I tend to rely on the far cheaper ferry service. I was pleasantly surprised when Mr. Stataro informed me that the Scions are reimbursed for transportation across as part of our duties, but I find odd habits hard to break. That and I'd rather not be bothered filing out the necessary paperwork.
Paperwork?
That's the entrance to the Confluence. I have no doubt their expertise will prove useful at some point, so I just let you remember the way here.
Wow, this is a centralized market. They actually learned. A market board right next to the main Aetherite? They learned. Discuss the bookstall.
Do you mind if I borrow the shelves for a moment? There might be some hidden gems I've yet to read. Only a moment? How optimistic. Feel free to browse all you like, but we won't wait around for you.
Perhaps I'll return here later then.
These little open-air bookstalls are so uniquely Sharlayan. I've always thought them a common sight until I visited other nations.
Full plate armor. I want to see what this stuff looks like. Interesting. It's all level 80 stuff. Where's the higher level stuff? Purchase weapons. Ew. That looks not great. Tool supplier, mender. I'll repair some of my gear.
Welcome to the Agora, where you can find wares made in Sharlayan, as well as a wide selection of imported goods. They also used to sell questionable prototypes from the various research institutes, but I think that practice has thankfully died out, for the most part. Otherwise, I can think of no better place to stock up for your next big adventure. Am I overselling it? On a more serious note, the next stop on our tour is one of which has particular relevance to our ultimate purpose here. We must head back to the Aetheryte Plaza, follow the path north, then climb the stairs, climb up to that imposing building at the very top.
Really? I can't go this way and get these... I guess we'll go back that way eventually. I won't argue with the game. I will instead go up the steps.
These little decorative features are typical of Sharlayan architecture. Aside from the research wing, our headquarters on the Isle of Val were rather simple and rustic by comparison. This is a Nymphium. This is the Nymphium. An area dedicated to the blessings of water. For Sharlayans, water represents more than a life-sustaining liquid. It is a reminder of the great flood which precipitated the birth of our nation, as well as a symbol of the knowledge which flows from the Thaliak's divine Ewer. This is the reason you see an abundance of fountains throughout the city, and is a propensity for utilizing water as a decorative feature in our architecture.
Ah. You guys just kind of the Greeks, is what you're going for, huh? Aethernet, my head in the trees. What? I didn't move. Now, here we are.
This grand structure before you is the Rostra. The name refers to the original public platform erected here upon which a forum of elected representatives would deliver orations and debate policy. Although the stage has since evolved into council chambers, the nature of the forum and the duties of its members remain largely unchanged. Am I boring you, Raha? You seem awfully distracted. My apologies. From here, one can see the entire city spread out below. The vista put me in mind of my arrival in the first. Those who had gathered at the Crystal Tower asked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by my knowledge of the finest settlement I could think of, the great city of Sharlayan. And bit by bit, those few buildings grew into a town, a community, the Crystarium. I can almost see its echo. I see. Feel free to come up here whenever you wish. I don't think the councillors would object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. For now, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with the fittingly named Journey's End. Walk down the stairs to the east and continue straight ahead.
These stairs, you mean? Ah, Journey's End, but I see there are 2 aether currents. So, do forgive me if I go and explore a little further.
We've arrived at Journey's End. History tells us that this is where those who were put ashore with the Archon's Nunkremft built their first homes. In the present day, it serves as the residential district for the most important officials and the oldest Sharlayan families. You'll see that one mansion is clearly larger than its neighbors. That estate belongs to our friends from House Levioa. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance for the time being. And with that, we brings our little Sharlayan tour to a close. I hope it has proven to be entertaining and enlightening experience. Now, shall we head directly to the Baldessian Annex? You remember the way, don't you, Ra? Let me think. We head down towards the harbor, cross the bridge to our right, then follow the path below to the Aetheryte Plaza? Correct. After you, Call.
So that's the Levier estate, huh? Where Alphino and Alize grew up. Hmm. Alright. Alright. Right, we cross this bridge here, as I recall. Stick to the path and be careful not to end up back at the Aetheryte Plaza.
Darlene is full of educational and research institutions. There are still professors who prefer to establish their own private practices. Not that I ever attended to exclusive schools they run in these residents. Perhaps the twins could tell you more about them.
Okay. Well, before we go in there, Aethernet shard. And there's one more, the Studium. But I have to assume we'll be there soon enough.
As the joyous look on Raha's face has undoubtedly informed you, this is the Baldessian Annex. If you continue up the hill, you'll arrive at the doorstep of the phenomenon. But I think we've explored enough for one day. We can take you there another time. Inside with you, then. I'm back, and I've brought Cole and Raha with me. Ah, you were right about the ship then. Hello, Graha. It's nice to see you again. And it's a pleasure to finally meet you, Cole. I've heard many a tale of your exploits. Ojika! Ojika Tsunjika! Ojika Tsunjika! It has been an age. Allow me to introduce Ojika Tsunjika, Administration Officer for the students of Baldessian. He oversees the day-to-day business of the Annex. The Champion of Eorzea has featured prominently in Cryo and Graha's reports, so for me, this is akin to seeing a fabled hero come to life. It is an honor to make your acquaintance. This place is like a second home for the students. The Isle of Vow served as our main headquarters, of course, but we often had an occasion to visit Sharlayan. Whether to make use of the city's research facilities, attend conferences, or procure supplies from distant shores. And the annex here was built to provide lodgings for our members while we engaged in such activities. Ever since our former headquarters along with the Isle itself vanished, the annex has served as our base of operations. And yet it feels so empty. With so many lost to us, our organization is the shell of its former self.
Sorry, give me one moment. Okay.
The day will come when we will see the students rise again. But first we must ensure that the Telophoroi fall. Through that door on the left there is the main hall, where we can discuss our options moving forward. Once everyone arrives, that is. You'll probably have time to rest before our discussions begin in earnest. I've had private quarters prepared for you in the Andron, so please, feel free to make yourself at home. Ah, the nap rooms. Perfect for an afternoon doze. Oh, I didn't mean to give you the wrong impression. The chambers are quite well appointed. Far more so than some cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. It was simply that we were often so busy with research, or exhausted from journeys abroad, that we would slip into the Andron just to steal a few winks. And thus they became known amongst the students as nap rooms, even if such many naps might, well, last into the following morning. Say the word and I'll be happy to show you to your chamber. Hopefully the others won't be too long in coming. I'll wait for you all in the main hall. Well, before I do any of that, I'm gonna go get some water, because I'm out and I drink water quickly, so I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. And let's just continue. Do remember to drink water. It's important and good for you. Feeling refreshed and alert? Our colleagues should be wandering in soon, so I suggest we stay here and wait for them to join us.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
It's fine, Mariange. We're all here now.
Let's get down to business then, shall we?
To defeat the Huns? I'm sorry.
Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroi's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum. As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it.
Bibliotheques.
And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois. Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous. Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Recalcitrance?
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, it simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldesion. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth.
Oh, look at that. Okay, hang on. I want to pause before I continue. But you can see that leftmost poster that looks like it has some Moogles on it. That is a depiction of the Moogles coming from the heavens to the earth. And good King Mogulmog, relaying them down with his rope. That is so funny.
Compared to our more isolationist Sharlayan colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown. The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nidana, an alchemist residing in distant Thavnair.
Thavnair. Cool.
Her missive
Thavnairian
describes
mist.
the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal. In response to this threat, the satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. It is possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, then having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice. But the investigation in Sharlayan is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnairian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
True.
Yes, it is quite the quandary. Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts.
Okay.
You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned. As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Sharlayan. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
All right.
Alize and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking.
Of course! The more the merrier.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavner. Thoughts? Objections?
I passed through Thavner on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
Well, that's useful.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request. Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
Interesting, interesting. Wow, which one to do? Which one to do? Is that just a chest piece? It is just a chest piece. That's kind of weird. That's weird. Well, what level? What does it look like, huh? You know, not bad. I'd use it. Actually, any other, like, thing around my neck, I feel like it wouldn't be half bad. But it's definitely not great. I'll stick with my gear. I really like this drip. Though I do want to look for possibly other things in the future. And now we're hit with the split quest chain. One time it does it. Which one to do first? Razat Han? More here. Which I have to assume is the... this thing. Labyrinthios. Which certainly has a look to it. It certainly does. Or Razat Han. Or Ilsabard, I mean. Razat Han's a whole other city that we would need to explore right now. And then have Thavnir as a whole other location. We can kind of already see Razat Han. Interesting. Oh, they learned here too. Look, it's right next to the Aetheryte. They really outdid themselves this time with the city design. I think we'll stay here in Ilsabard. Well, not Ilsabard, what am I saying? We'll stay here in Sharlayan. First. An unsettling change has come over Sharlayan, but together we will divine the underlying cause for the Forum's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, the questioning the councillors directly is a fruitless endeavour. They seem to have already come to a consensus as to what and how little they are willing to divulge, which is why I began scouring Sharlayan archives of historical records for any hint of a connection to the final days. Suffice it to say that progress has been slow. There are only so many dusty pages one can skim in a day. But now that I have this band of willing reinforcements, the search should proceed all the swifter. Let us reconvene outside Numenon, shall we? Exit the annex to the right, and you'll find the archives on the western edge of the woods. Do I accept both at the same time? Probably. Probably do. I have Cryle's instructions in hand. If you are ready to set out, then so are we. Having been to Thavnir before, I can travel by Aetheryte. But what of the rest of you? Another sea voyage would waste time we do not have. Cryle was of the same mind, and has already secured the aid of the good folk of the Confluence. We'll take ourselves there. The Confluence, thou sayest? I'm afraid so, my friend. What's up with that? Thou wilt recall the hunt for Iceheart, unto whose sanctuary we delivered thee owing to the knowledge of our comrade Moonbreeder. Moonbreeder was an authority on aetherology, a field of study she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' example. Both are authorities in their own right, and both are researchers at the Confluence. Haven't you gone to see them yet? I attempted to do so earlier, but to my shame, my courage failed me at the last. As it hath the many times I thought to reach out to them after sending that fateful letter. Neither time nor introspection have revealed unto me the words I should speak, and thus have I kept my silence. Whether you come with us or no is your choice and yours alone. If it is too difficult, we'll manage. Thou art kind to say so, but I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the Confluence, and I shall face that which hath long been overdue. If it's settled, then let us be off. When we arrive, we should look for a researcher named Keat. Huh. I think first step is, I believe, hitting the books is the one we're currently doing. So we're going this way. Yeah. Oh, I just remembered something I'm not going to be very happy about. We have no Aether Currents. No. There are no Aether Currents available to us at this time. We're gonna have to walk. Ugh. Ugh. And it's gonna be like that for a while. Ugh. I forgot, what is this place? The Studium. You've attuned yourself to the Aethernet shards in Old Charlian. Studium has a repair and a summoning bell. Interesting. What's it look like in here? Huh. Neat. This place sure looks interesting. My directions were easy enough to follow, I hope. In any case, you stand now before the doors of Numenon, Charlene's grandest collection of books and tomes. This building is actually only an entrance, and one of many at that, for the archives in Numenon extend deep beneath the surface like the roots of a tree. The vast halls of the Great Google Library pale in comparison to Numenon's endless maze of subterranean chambers. Any citizen of Charlene is free to enter and peruse its shelves. Well, most of its shelves. Only Archons are afforded access to certain restricted vaults. I've dispatched Stola and Raha to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alisaie and Alphino will help me continue my search to the stacks open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you are only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Charlene history or foreign policy. Foreign policy. Your task would be to find and study the relevant publications. I promise you a working knowledge of those subjects will make it far easier to spot the sort of clues we're looking for. Let us be about it, shall we?
I've told the others to meet us at the stone benches over there once we've found something promising. Some promising tomes. Happy reading.
Wow. It do go down. It do indeed go down. That's pretty crazy. The story of Sharlayan. Long, long ago, on an island in the northern sea, there lived a Rogadan man by the name of Nunkrempt. Nunkrempt was a student of astrology, and he divined that a flood of terrifying proportions would soon sweep over the lands of Eorzea. So it was that he built a gigantic ship, assembled a crew, and set sail for that imperiled realm. The flood arrived as foretold, and to their horror, the strangely churning waters drove the people towards the ocean. It was there, however, that Nunkrempt's crew hauled them aboard his ark. But the danger had not passed. A towering wave approached, threatening to smash the vessel to pieces. With only moments to spare, Nunkrempt wove a mighty spell of teleportation, and shifted the entire ship to safety atop Alabathia's spine. Refugees from the surrounding regions huddled there alongside them, but it was not long before disputes over dwindling supplies of food led to violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sights, Nunkrempt gathered to him his crew and his grateful passengers, and abandoned the ark to those reddened peaks. They journeyed to the coast where they built a new ship, intent upon returning to the northern seas. They landed on the beach of an island and settled upon that very spot. That settlement prospered and grew, and in time it became the city of Sharlayan we live in to this day. Roads of Old, the colony. Many years ago, on the banks of the Thaliak and the Dravanian hinterlands, a Sharlayan colony once thrived. This settlement was originally established as a mere outpost to study the ethereal sea in the year 1311 of the 6th Astral Era. Scholars dispatched to Eorzea found the facilities wanting, and their demands encouraged a gradual expansion in structures and services. As rumors spread of a growing community of academics, the area was rather inundated with Eorzean students hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Sharlayans. 50 years later, the Forum passed a motion to recognize what had become a flourishing town as an official Sharlayan colony. Eorzean residents took to calling the colony itself Sharlayan, which led to no small amount of confusion when discussions turned to the subject of the motherland. In response, some Sharlayan inhabitants, if pressed for a name, would simply refer to it as Emporium. Following the Exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters had claimed themselves a corner of the abandoned colony and gave it yet another name, Idleshire. The following chapter go on an introduction to the most prominent features of Idleshire. The book does not appear to contain additional information on the Forum or cover a history of Sharlayan Motherland in great detail. So that one didn't count. Wow, that's crazy. Time-worn tome. Wow, you know, I'm not getting a lot of good frames in here. Stewards of Wisdom. During the chaos of the Sixth Umbral Calamity, Archon Nunkrempt, founder of the Sharlayan, bore witness to the madness and savagery of men brought to the brink of despair. Upon raising a settlement on an island in the northern empty, he instructed his people thus: renounce the ways of war, and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. The Sharlayans took to heart the words of their savior, and thenceforth served as stewards of wisdom. Upon a foundation of accumulated learning, they built a homeland unlike any other, a nation born from strength of minds rather than strength of arms. With knowledge of economics came shrewd trading. With knowledge of agriculture came bountiful crops. Engineering brought wells and sewers, ending squabbles over water. Wealth of expertise could be battered for wealth in coin, and the more their wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was that no matter the trials and tribulations of the age, the citizens of Sharlayan would live by their founding teachings. For the sake of a better tomorrow, for the sake of a brighter star, they would eschew the tools of war with the knowledge delivered And with the knowledge, deliver the world. But they would use their knowledge to deliver the world. That was Sharlayan history. Forever 20 summers. My beloved seekers of knowledge, have you ever put to learning before your health and neglected to feed and rest your body as you should? I too once engaged in such foolish practices, but one night, engrossed in philosophical study, I had an epiphany. For all the world's mysteries that drive us to reckless abandon, we have so very few years of life in which to achieve our goals. Thus do I share with you this mantra. I am forever 20 summers young. The number itself is unimportant. You could be 19, or 23, or 40. Whatever age you are when you discover this manual, let that be the age you aspire to remain. Through mindful, healthy living, you will extend the time available to spend upon your chosen research. Another day, another moon, another summer, to grasp the greater truths you pursue. In the page that follows, we will explore the secrets of maintaining one's physical condition from a biological, aetherological, and arcane viewpoint. This book is on the wrong subject. Search for works which contain details on the forum, or mention the history of Sharlayan. Yeah. That was funny, though. An introduction to the heavens. Excuse me? Have you ever gazed at the skies above and contemplated the mysteries contained therein? I speak not of the shifting cloud patterns, but of the vastness beyond, of the sun and the twinkling tapestry of the night. Some think the dome above us to be a finite space, yet amongst the leading thinkers of our age, one scholar's depiction of a boundless sea of stars has firmly taken root. Alas, this heavenly sea remains unreachable, unknowable destination. There are few indeed who can explain, in satisfactory detail, why our own star is believed to revolve around the sun. It was the technologists of Alag who came closest to understanding the laws which govern the starry abyss. It was they who launched Almud and sought to expand beyond our earthbound existence. Having read of their ancient ambitions, I wonder, has your interest in this field of study waxed or waned? What if I were to tell you that the eternal constellations were arranged differently in the distant past, that their positions continue to shift almost imperceptibly but measurably as we journey into the future? Would it shock you to learn that the stars drift further and further apart, and may indeed do so forever? Are you eager to learn more? This book is on the wrong subject. Cool that they're thinking about it, though. Actual star travel and all that stuff. The voice of a growing city. In the years which followed the founding of Sharlayan, civic policy and other matters of import were decided at the Ecclesia, a public forum at which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the city's population grew, however, this format became increasingly impractical. A large number of participants gave rise to ever longer debates, resulting in significant delays of vital resolutions. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtain call protracted discussions, but in the year 201 of the Sixth Astral Era, it was ultimately decreed that Sharlayan would transition to a new form of governance. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from among their peers by means of a nationwide vote. Thus was the Forum as we know it today conceived and created. You have gained a fundamental understanding of Sharlayan history and the foundation of the Forum. Head outside to the rendezvous point and await your companions. Yeah, my game is kind of laggy in here, and I kind of understand. It's a pretty big place. It's not much better out here. 30 frames? Oh, did I miss it? I did. 30 frames is pretty bad. I wonder why. Sorry, give me a moment while I look at this. That should help. That should help. At least a little bit. Definitely while streaming. I have to remember that the further I go, technically, in the game, the harder things are going to be run. Because the graphics updates actually are getting closer to the textures of the game. So there's more detailed textures, which means the game is actually trying to render things. Sorry, were you waiting long? I wanted to make sure I'd borrow at least a few promising volumes. Alphino and Cryo should be along shortly. Give me one moment while I look at... Oh boy. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. I was delayed in a similar fashion. As far as I could see, no titles in the Archon stacks mentioned the final day specifically, so we have no choice but to start with the tangentially relevant tomes, if there are even that. At present, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare, and share our discoveries as we make them. It would have been nice to invite everyone to the estate. Plenty of comfortable places to read and a ready supply of hot tea. Oh? I was always quite fond of reading outside. But it's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss your home. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things were. It seems our dear father has instructed the staff that even Alphino and I were to return with Charlian. We were not to be allowed across the threshold. A harsh measure indeed. I hope that our efforts to understand his position, and that of the Forum, will lead to a reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day. I am certain of it. And what of you, Graha? Have you been to visit your family? Or do they not live here in the city? Ah, well, my situation is also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Charlian, yes, but I was born rather further away. In the southern reaches of Ilsebard, in fact. For generations, my people have dwelt in Corvos, the coastal region opposite of the island of Thavnir. The Alligans founded a city in that fertile land, and by ship brought in the subjugated tribes of the Mikote to serve as laborers. Of course, the massive earthquakes of the Fourth Umbral Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign, and when the Fifth Calamity froze the seas solid, many of the tribes still living in Corvos braved the journey back to Eorzea. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, that they might prevent the remnant of Alligan technology from being misused. Isn't Corvos under Garlean rule? For the past 50 years, yes. Some semblance of local culture remains, as it is the case of most imperial provinces, but Garlemald renamed the region Locus Ammonius. When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family, the nobles of House Darnus. House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in Alligan civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices had been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the Alligan Eye no longer passed to our eldest children as reliably as it once had. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge and traditions of Allag. As the last child born with the Alligan Eye, I was given order to the custody of friends and the students of Baldessian, who had me registered as a Charlian citizen. I never even considered. Forgive me, it was an unkind question. Even Thancred was taken in by Archon Louis-Sois, was he not? Stories of adopted wives and rescued orphans are more common among Charlians than you might think. Yet regardless of our origins, we are all provided with an equal opportunity to learn, and with sufficient perspicacity. That's a weird word. We outsiders can even earn the vaunted title of Archon. It is exactly why I have love for this country, and why I wish it to remain a nation of which its citizens can be proud.
Hear, hear. Another good reason to get to the bottom of the forum's stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. Excuse us while we try to make some headway into these books, Cole. More company should be arriving any moment now. We've returned with our selections. Although I must say, the pickings were quite slim indeed. Mistress Cryo has already flicked through every history book devoted to disasters, and more than a few which barely made mention of them. As such, we will be looking into research papers on the umbral calamities, as well as articles written by prominent forum members. Perhaps their knowledge of the final days come from unexpected sources. Speaking of which, might I ask you a few questions related to the final days? I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Amroth firsthand, and I fear I may be overlooking critical details. Of course. My thanks. Now, where to begin? First things first, what kind of phenomena did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh? Primals of unrivaled power were summoned from Aether. No, the worst kind of phenomena you can imagine. A complete destabilization of creation magics. Yes, the unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc on all manner of life. The chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing their powers of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashions. Meteors raining from the sky, fires erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. That's more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the arts of creation had survived into the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyze. To the best of our knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved or passed on. Y'shtola surmises that the closest known magic is that of summoning rituals promulgated by the Asians. Was there aught else of note which heralded the approach of the final days? They say it began with a keening sound from the land itself. The entire star was engulfed by disaster all at once. I think you may be misremembering. As I recall, 'twas more of a gradual spread. That's what I thought. But the keenings, that's not what it... Okay, I answered that knowing for a fact it wasn't true, but I did not understand the second option, so I did not choose it. I just want that to go on record. The Amorotines spoke of a keening sound that rose from the land itself just before a region was visited by catastrophe. We never did hear this sound of ourselves, of course, thrust as we were into the midst of the madness. So the ground was crying out, you say? If we considered the harbingers of doom, it must have been quite distinctive, and probably quite loud. I'll have to speak with one of the Nomenon's mammoths, and ask for any books which make mention of such a sound. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity? What definitive action did they take? They summoned Zodiark. Yes, with Elidibus serving as his heart, so many gave themselves in sacrifice to him to bring him into being. We do not know exactly how Zodiark brought salvation to the star, only that it by his godlike will were the laws of nature set aright. Then, once the balance was readdressed, the ancients offer up to further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Life sprouted anew, and it was these fledgling souls they intended to render unto Zodiark, a trade that would have allowed them to resurrect the shards of loved ones absorbed by the primals. Or might have, had Venat and her followers not manifested their opposition in the form of Hydaelyn. Thank you, both of you, for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. With all that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder what the Telophoroi truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. We've seen what they are doing to those towers of theirs, is forcing people to summon primals of a kind of catalyst. Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by the unstable creation magics? Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech, a convenient metaphor of the scale of destruction they plan to unleash? But this is all pointless conjecture at this stage. Let's return to our attention to the forum, shall we? We should keep a keen eye out for your Stola, but 'tis time we began studying these research papers.
A long wait. Well, long wait it is. Ooh. That's a pretty bad thunder. Let me look at the weather in my area. Is it gonna start raining? It says it's already raining, but I don't see any of that, so that's not true. Thunder. Okay. Well.
The last time my extended search of the Archon stacks produced 1 or 2 possible useful books. But I wouldn't get your hopes up. If you recall, Urianger learned of the source's reflections from the Gairan oracles. For its potential to cause panic and confusion, that tome was deemed apocrypha and sealed away in the Great Google Library. It is even less likely that the knowledge of the unsundered worlds, not to mention the horrors of the final days, would be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. It stands to reason, then, that my colleagues, be they Archons or Councillors, should perforce to be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet when you confronted with Master Fortunar with knowledge of the Telophoroi and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion that they posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the Forum would know if the final days were truly upon us. Which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behavior is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading duty. Whether they contain mention of the final days or no, these books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone.
You labor for what feels like an age as your Shola's research assistant. Oh boy.
Oh dear, you look exhausted. But what about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subjects I mentioned? The day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, Mammoth at the reference desk will point you in the right direction. For the moment, though, I suggest you take a well-deserved rest. We might be occupied with our research for quite some time.
Okay. Oh, and we leveled up. Which means we get Enhanced Korthan Torment. That's huge. Which one is it? 6. Yeah, that means we get Draconian Fire. What are they called? Draconian Fury. Yeah, we've got this now. That's huge. When do class quests unlocked? Ah, I see. Not for a little bit. Alright. A seat at last stand. I think I actually need to call it here. Yes, I'm going to call it here. I'm going to end stream. I hope you guys have enjoyed. I hope you are looking forward to more Final Fantasy XIV in the future, more Endwalker. If you want to be here when it's live, do follow me here on Twitch and on Twitter. Sorcerer_Supreme on Twitch. Sorcerer_Supreme_ on Twitter. Follow me to stay notified of when I go live, and you can be here, catching everything as it happens, and seeing my reactions to how the story unfolds. Of course, if you miss any of the videos and the VODs and the live streams, you can go to YouTube, Sorcerer Supreme VOD, and go ahead and find any video there. Normally they're posted about a day after I stream, assuming there are no internet issues, in which case, if there's anything missing, it's probably that I haven't posted it yet. I am sorry, but I probably had internet issues, and yes. Alright. As I said, I have been Sorcerer Supreme. This has been Final Fantasy XIV. I hope you've enjoyed, and I hope you have a good rest of your day. With that, goodbye.